Get ready to rock, ladies, gentlemen, Zaynabs, everyone in between. My name is SPF Dark, and we're coming at you live here at Dabble Productions to bring you yet another edition of Paddling Pool. Now, before I get too ahead of myself, I am joined by a very lovely person today.
Hello, it's I, Zari. Lovely to be back commentating. And we are starting off with two teams that are going to be quite evenly matched, seeded 16th and 17th, and that is Mool versus Squid Emoji.
No, I say this every single time I'm casting because I'm just horrible with team names and who's actually on them, so I really have no idea what to expect here. But what I do know is we're going to be kicking things off right away on Clamblitz Umami Ruins. I personally really like this map mode specifically.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a staple that we see a lot of teams picking for Clamblitz. So you see it often, and it can be quite a battle in mid until either side can get that advantage. And even though it can be a little bit like, if it's uneven, it can be quite spawn campy. A lot of times teams are able to find their way back out even with that disadvantage. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see how these two teams fare against each other and what we'll see as the outcome coming into this match. But we're going to get started right about now, I think.
Yeah, we are going to be kicking this off right away. What I am interested in to see exactly what weapons these teams will be bringing, since I do see a blaster. I love me some blaster gaming, so I'm going to be looking forward to seeing exactly how they're going to be using this blaster here. Especially, I personally actively really like the blaster pick on this map specifically. You have a good amount of ledges to play around and just a lot of just long poke angles that you can just be really annoying with.
Yes, you can definitely get people off that kind of defensive spot near the spawn. But as we're saying that is Squid Emoji with 2 down, 3 down. Mool already pushing up to the spawn. Not got a power climb yet, but they're going to be able to make one. There we go.
30-second opening, and Mool's already on the 50 points and counting. Squid Emoji just can't keep up as the momentum just keeps stacking up against him. 44 points now and going. They finally have Tactical at the ready. Squid Emoji looking to try and see exactly who's going to be coming up next to try and defend as best they can, but Mool keeps these points coming and coming.
Yes, indeed. They're trying to keep that open. This might finally be the opportunity for Squid Emoji to properly get Mool out of there. It does seem like that is at least 3 down separately for Mool. So that does mean here's Squid Emoji back in the mid, fighting to try and get some kind of advantage to get a push of their own. But that does not seem to be happening right yet.
Explosive opening by Bull, and now it's just sort of kind of turned into a stalemate, turned into a wipeout for them. Squid Emoji being forced to back foot, especially with that bubbler under their goalpost right now, meaning they have to try and respect a little bit of that space, and even more with the Kraken going in on the backline to cause some chaos. Bull finally getting that power clamp in, getting a few extra points, but Squid Emoji managed to scatter fast enough to be able to just diverge their attention and get Bull off of that point immediately.
Which was very important, seeing as there is a power clamor right here. Had they have not been able to get Mool out, that power clam would have definitely been going in and towards that basket. But we're seeing something a little bit different now. Coming out from Squid Emoji, they have a power clam of their own. They have a pity sitting ready, and they do have all of mid. So is this going to be the opportunity that they need? Perhaps.
That Zuka being the opening they want to see is another 2 going out for Mool. Squid Emoji going in to try and get that power dunked into the basket, but no, they're just getting stalled out right now, getting picked off one by one. Mool being able to slow them down just long enough for them to properly regroup, and that might have been enough time to give them to just utterly ward off that push, giving them only the power clamp and nothing else.
Yes, what's unfortunate about that as well is that obviously gives Mool another pity. So they already have a power clam sitting ready and 13 additional clams on top of that, which is really not ideal for what Squid Emoji traded that for. A push to 80 is not really worth that, especially when Mool's already back in, already back pushing, and this Kraken is looking for blood. Not able to find it though.
A good takeaway from Squid Emoji to get that pick, but I think that was a bit of a distraction as Mool just managed to take this game from right under their feet, bringing the first set to 1-0.
Yes, indeed, and so decisively. Oh my goodness. Okay. Right. That was not what I was expecting that first game to be. Squid Emoji was able to get back out a couple times there. They weren't stuck in their base the entire time, but just not with any kind of momentum to make anything else happen.
Yeah, they Mold was just phenomenal in that opening push. Managed to get a very huge lead right out the gate, being able to have majority tempo control towards the middle and end of half of that game. Because since they were up on points, they didn't really need to play too aggressively, and they were able to just sort of slow down and let Squid Emoji make the mistakes first before they can actually punish that in return. But that was that first game. Already said and done. We still have another game potentially to see exactly what Squid Emoji might pull out as we head on to tower control on Ship Cargo Company.
Yeah, so this tends to be like that. The first checkpoint either side tends to be either you get stuck there and it's a very, very stally game where both teams are just fighting over mid and no one gets wiped, or one side gets wiped and the fight then moves to that second checkpoint and it stays there mostly, unless one team is very dominant, which is what we did see that first round coming out from Mo. But important to note that Clan Blitz and Tower Control are very different modes, though they do have that blaster.
Yeah, no, I agree with you exactly with those checkpoints. That second checkpoint is a very vital thing to protect and keep on as long as you can, because once the enemy team actually gets past that second checkpoint, it just becomes a downward spiral there. So Squid Emoji has to be very mindful where the tower is once they pass that first checkpoint, heading to the second checkpoint. As we do see the return of the blaster, my beloved.
It makes a lot of sense on Tower Control, so it make that absolutely they were going to keep it. But interesting changes coming out from Squid Emoji here, as we're seeing a ballpoint and a machine, which definitely could work well. But already they're kind of on the back foot, and there was only one player in mid, and that Tower Control or that Slosher is not in a good position.
More just putting in the absolute work in right now, keeping Squid Emoji pushed back and constantly on the back foot. Squid Emoji just has no room, has no time to actively regroup, and even though the one does go down, that tower is already heading to that second checkpoint, especially with Kraken, Bubbler, and Tri-Stripes in use. They're already contesting that second checkpoint. Squid Emoji barely able to finally recover this push, taking it all the way down, stopping it right at 27.
Yes, indeed. It's very important that they were at least able to stop that from going through, but oh my goodness, that is an incredible first push.
It's almost a repeat of the first game. Mo just has a explosive opening, and now Squid Emoji is being the ones right now to try and actively get a few extra points on their hands, try and get the objective moving forward. But no, 2 goes down for Squid Emoji, another one goes down for Squid Emoji. Mo is once again at the advantage as we have jumps in and it just fight over tower as Bubbler comes out, and it looks like Squid Emoji maintains control once again.
Yes, indeed, that sloshing machine able to keep them alive and in mid, especially when the rest of their team ended up going down. Able also to take out that blaster there, which is very, very important. And this does seem to be switching heavily into Squid Emoji's favor, but they're not. They do need to keep that momentum going.
Momentum is the key here as we head into past that first checkpoint, heading to the second checkpoint. As if you get things going right here and there, this could be looking very good. And with a 3-down scenario for Mo, Squid Emoji with a 4th death and delayed quad, they're gonna be able to contest that second checkpoint without too many issues. Even though the Squeezer does manage to get one, it's not enough as that second checkpoint goes down. That tower is cruising to the final point as both these teams are desperately fighting over the tower.
What? Hold on. How did we get here? This is completely different from the beginning. They're still going. Hydra's still pushing.
It's a fight on the tower. They just can't get it in time. Squid Emoji desperately trying to get this tower into its final resting pose, but Mo is hiding out for just a lifeline. They barely managed to get this checkpoint. At least that tower pushed back a little bit, but the momentum is building up high for Squid Emoji.
Oh my goodness, and it continues! it continues. They're like, two's not enough. We need a knockout. We need to balance this after the first game. How the first game ended? Oh my goodness. Squid Emoji coming back and saying, no, we can do that to you.
A shocking turn of events. Mole, who had such an explosive opening once again in this game. It looks like things were starting up nice and pretty for them, but Squid Emoji, once the mid-game hit, just knocked it out of the park and took that tower from mid, mind you, from mid all the way down to the final checkpoint. That was an amazing display right there.
Incredible. I was not expecting that. They definitely started getting that momentum after they got that first checkpoint, but they just did not drop it. They just didn't. There was not another point where Mool could reset it back to a neutral position. They didn't have another chance to push because they could not get Squid Emoji out of their base. They just couldn't.
Oh, that definitely shakes things up a bit for Mole. What looked like a pretty confident closing game right then and there just got utterly flipped upside down on that game 2, bringing the scores to 1-1. We're at the match point right now. Both of these teams are going to be fighting for their lives right now to try and take this first set off of each other. Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track. There's a lot of like nasty angles and nasty height and elevations that you can be using with that blaster or sloshers. Those two weapons are going to probably be the key here.
Yes, I could see that. You can definitely, for example, use those the blaster for over the top of ledges, but also for round corners. For example, the elbow on either side, very helpful to make sure that you clear out people. Make sure you can get round that corner to push back in or to get towards an enemy base. Same with sloshers and over ledges. So this is definitely, I would not see either of those two weapons changing. Definitely not.
And it also could just be a game of who can rat the best, as a lot of these weapons can just go off with just hiding the ink and just surprising them like around the corner or above the high ground and just swim away in safety. But we do see a change up from the range blaster to the custom blaster, which is a weapon I don't really see too much around anymore, but I am always happy to see any blasters, so I will take what I can get.
Yes, indeed. And definitely it does have its strikes with that splashdown, but you need to be able to have the ground under your feet to do anything with that blaster, and that is not what Squid Emoji is letting Mool do at the moment. That's the first checkpoint, or the checkpoint done and dusted, so that will make their lives a lot easier. But it does not look like they're going to have the opportunity. Oh, no, they're going to keep trying to push this.
We're seeing a little bit of a role reversal here. Mole being the ones who actually set up the big opening plays within the first minute of the game, but now it's Squid Emoji who has managed to take his Rainmaker all the way under 43 points remaining before Mole managed to finally regain control and starting to push Squid Emoji back, taking mid, pushing them back with any sort of pokes they can. And now they have the Rainmaker in contact, trying to see exactly if they can try and get that first checkpoint down for their end. One goes down for Squid Emoji, Mole looking to try and get that Rainmaker dunked.
But they do not get the opportunity. Already that sloshing machine able to dive down, but as I'm saying that, Mool able to get more kills there and keep that aggressive pressure on.
It's a fight for temple control right now. Mo is not wanting to give up this push quite yet, while Squid Emoji is using every tool that they have to try and make sure they don't get that first checkpoint, and they still haven't gotten it yet. Mo desperately trying to get that first checkpoint. Squid Emoji is telling them, no, you will not get that Rainmaker dunk. And with the Booyah Bomb, with the constant back and forth trades, Squid Emoji goes 2 down, and that first checkpoint finally does go to Mo.
And the only person alive being that ballpoint, I do not believe dropping down was the right choice there, as it put them directly in contact with especially that blaster. But that will mean that Mool takes the lead with a lead of 30. That's still with Humpback, you cannot feel comfortable until the game's over. You absolutely cannot.
a 13-point differential on this game, on this map more specifically, means nothing. As just one breakaway, one just sneaky flank from behind can absolutely ruin this game for you. But Squid Emoji managed to get a wipeout over Mole and are looking to try and retake that lead as they go on this right route, using whatever specials they can, using whatever tools they can to create space and stall them out. 2 minutes remaining. This is where things are actually start getting very, very interesting.
Yes, indeed. They know that they need to find an approach into this, but the moment with all of Mool alive, that's not going to be an option. The Forge is coming in behind, but the ballpoint is there, pushing them back, making sure that they can't do anything about it. But even right now, is being able to get the lead? No!
That's not what you want to see for Squid Emoji. 7 points difference between these two teams right now. As we head into the final minute and 30 seconds remaining, things are going to be building up. That pressure is stacking against these teams. That point differential between these teams is nothing on this map. It's going to come down to these final few plays to see who's going to be able to solidify that. And Mole, who had control of the Rainmaker, suddenly drops it, but 3 goes down for Squid Emoji.
Oh dear, we can see that there's that inkjet in play at the moment, and with a push to 14, Squid Emoji is definitely going to have a lot of problems still getting to, they need to get to 13, and they only have a minute left, and they do not have any mid. There's still a lot of Mool lurking around here. They're going to have a lot of problems here, but they still have just enough time to maybe one push and a half, we'll see.
With that 14 points remaining, that's what I like to call a near knockout scenario, meaning that in order to actually contest that 14 points, get your Rainmaker down to 13 points, you might as well have that opening to actually knock it out. So with Squid Emoji in this position, they gotta play very careful and try and win these team fights as best they can by whatever means necessary. As we head to the final 30 seconds, one does go down for Mole, but they flank around the remaining members of Squid Emoji, and it's just left to scatter as that Rainmaker is still holding strong. 20 seconds remaining. That Forge is doing work, and they managed to save this Rainmaker in time.
Yes, indeed. It's still alive, and that's 3 down on the side of Mool. Do they know where the blaster is? They did in time. Oh my goodness! But there's the opportunity. Is it gonna be enough? No!
That was 3 points away. They got it down to 17. That's just 3 points away. But Mole just barely manages to hang on to this game by the skin of their teeth.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. I still cannot believe that. And important to note that that blaster was the decider there. They were able to give enough time, just enough time for the rest of their teammates to be able to get back in. So if you look at that, like, yes, the Forge goes down as well, but the blaster means that they still have to pop it again. And they have to use the Booyah Bomb on it to help the pop as opposed to ahead of it. So... Oh,
back in 4th game, Mole and Squid Emoji put up one show for us, but Mole just barely managed to be able to take this set over Squid Emoji and take this set to a 2-1. Both of these teams did extraordinarily well, and oh my god.
These are the kinds of fights in Splatoon that you just always love to see. You want to see these teams that are so close in skill level that they've got to pull out all the stops to get one over on each other. Oh, incredible Splatoon play. You love to see it.
We love Splatoon in this household. I cannot wait to see exactly how these two teams do for the remainder of this run. But with that being said, I do believe we have a little bit of time before our next set, so don't go anywhere just yet. There's more Splatoon action coming to you here in just a few minutes, so go ahead, get your water break, get a snack, use the restroom, whatever it is you want. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everyone. To I do believe this is this is round 2. Yeah, in the bracket. Cool. Round 2 of Paddling Pool 285, and the teams that we have: Tempest versus Aruf. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, definitely interesting to say the least.
You want it to be less so for your point's sake, but you know.
You're mindful of the points, ignoring that point. I really have no idea what we're going to be expecting. First off, we're heading on Clamblitz, Crabbler Capital, Clamblitz on this map. Well, we see it all the time. Freights is really the only thing we gotta say about this map.
Yeah. It's definitely a map mode that we see often. It's knocking about. It's still clams. It's funny that we are starting on clams 2 rounds in a row here. With these, it's just interesting. Glad to be seeing something other than umami though, so that we're not just only seeing umami clams. So yeah, I suppose we're just kind of waiting for everyone to get ready and see what weapons we're gonna see from these two teams.
That was the thing I was gonna say. I'm very eager to see exactly what these teams are gonna be bringing weapon wise.
He's waiting for another blaster.
Indeed, you are correct on that point. I am waiting for another blaster. I want to see a blaster. I'm a blaster one trick, and I'll stand by those to the end of time. I'm disappointed. No, I'm not.
Bro, they both got. They could have. Right, both of those gals could have been blasters. Is all I'm gonna say. You know, like you could definitely have range blasters. But anyway, they made the decision not to. So we live with the consequences of their actions. Anyway, similar-ish team comps. Mostly, except obviously the heavy remix over the ends up and sloshing versus splash, but the rest of the team is pretty much the same, and mostly stuff's they're just fighting over mid, and Team Aruf is technically winning.
The advantage early on did go head towards for Team Aruf. Tempest not being able to actually keep up with their aggression, but Team Aruf is having a bit of a struggle actually pushing up to get to that goal post. Neither do they have the clan become to make much of an impact right here and now. So I think they're just planning to just take it slow and steady right now to try and get another push going, get a few more clans under their belt before they make another push at Tempest with the crab take comes out with 2 just like that.
Okay. All right. That's one way to react to what has been occurring for them. And there's the Kraken going in to, definitely cause chaos under the basket. Push back Aruf and also, there we go. Let Tempest get in with the clams. And that's already down to 53.
A good opening push from Tempest. 53 points at this time. It's very sizable lead. It's something you can actually work with to try and keep things under control, hazing wise. Team Aruf has to do a bit more work to try and get to that, especially with their first pass, with their pass push attempts. They really couldn't actually get on past that ramp, so things are looking good on their end, at least on paper, but we see exactly how Tempest is going to respond as they head 2 down. Team Aruf looking to try and rush in and see exactly what magic they can work.
Yes, indeed. But as we're seeing here, Tempest has the ability with their crab and that kind of heavy to have a little bit more like constant suppressing fire, which does seem to help them quite a lot when they're struggling for that. So, but as we're seeing Aruf, they're back at the same place they were at before. Are they going to be able to get in this time?
Tempest proving too strong with the defense, fighting off Team Aruf on the ramp again and again and again. Even with the player disadvantage, he just managed to ward off these pushes from Team Aruf. They are finally able to break 3, but there doesn't seem to be much of a follow-up as that crab take comes out. Team Aruf being forced to back up a bit, but no! They managed to sneak in 1 more power clan before finally going 3 down. The final player is still hanging around, looking around, see exactly if they can get anyone down with them, and they take 2 before finally falling.
But that does mean that those 2 players from Tempest who were going to push up did have to turn back around and they've given up a little bit of that mid control that they just had because they weren't able to push up and secure it. So that was very, very helpful for that player to be able to take down too, or even just take the take that fire from the team and make them turn around at the most key of moments.
Right now, we're just seeing a little bit of a stalemate from these two teams. They're just using special they can to actively hold on to the space they have to try and slow the others down. But now, Team Maroof is looking to be the ones to try and get another push going. With a only 7-point difference between these teams, that lead can be easily taken. But just like that, a wipeout from Tempest! They managed to just deny Team Maroof from getting any additional points!
Yes, indeed. Important to note, if Team Maroof is able to protect against this next push and get back into mid, all they need is a Power Clam to get lead. It would not be a very helpful lead for them, but it would be lead. And with the last 40 seconds on the board here, that might be like the saving grace for them. But that all depends on Tempest not being able to get any more points themselves.
It's a little bit of a tech point scenario right there, because as well, if we get head into overtime, all Team Maroof really needs to do is just dunk the Power Clam into the basket, and they've won the overtime scenario. Tempest is a little bit on the back foot right now, being forced to try and decide whether they really want to aggress or they just want to stall out with the remainder of this game. 10 seconds remaining. Crack is on the loose right now. Both these teams are just playing the neutral game to try and get the one pick they need to get to make something happen. One goes down for Tempest. Team Maroof is just playing it slow, playing it steady, making sure they have this victory ensured as we head into overtime.
Yes, indeed. That player does know that they need to get in with that Power Clam, and they are able to do it right at the end.
What a just saying I didn't have the right words for that. That game was just dramatic in all sense. Right down to the wire and an overtime victory. It's like what I said earlier. They were in a checkpoint scenario. All they just needed to do is just stall it out for that overtime, and they just need to dunk that Power Clam once, and they got the game, and that's what they did. Team Maroof managed to win this first set, bringing the set to 0-1.
Yes, indeed. And right in the nick of time there with that Power Clam, they knew that that's all they needed. They were able to keep that defense up for long enough that they were back into that kind of neutral phase, and that gave them exactly the opportunity that they needed to turn this game around. So absolutely, that was a surprise going into that first game, or well, coming out of it, I suppose. But going into the second game, that does mean that Tempest really need to be ready for whatever Team Maroof could throw at them, because I think most of that game they felt comfortable, and now that has been ripped out from under them.
Yeah, they definitely were actively holding their best against Team Maroof, just managing to just fend them off every single time they try to make a push, or almost every single time. They did crack a few times, and those times that they actually did crack, they were just pretty much devastating to what they were trying to do. Just pretty much their entire game like falling apart right then and there. So if they just keep up their defenses, just keep up their coordination, what they're actually trying and wanting to do, I'm pretty sure Tempest could win this next game on Rainmaker Umami Ruins.
Yes, indeed. It really does come down to how these teams fight on Rainmaker against each other, because yet again, that is a very, very different mode from Clam Blitz. Quite a bit of a shock to the system going from Clam Blitz to this, but we will see how both these teams fare, and if there's any changes to composition or how they're going to work with this map mode combination. We're going to see going into this game right now.
I will say, the last game, both these teams did run in similar weapon comps. I'm actively wanting to see if there's going to be any significant changes to how they're going to be playing. And there are a few changes at the very least. I do see a Rapid Blaster on one end, but we do see two different gals on the other.
Interesting that both of these teams are very, very dedicated to the 96. They've kept it, like, I can see why it would work very well on Clams, but just interesting to see that is something that they're sticking with. Team Maroof backing out there, trying not to all go down, but not quite able to get the kill before Tempest is able to get the Rainmaker checkpoint.
Checkpoint in pretty much 30 seconds in this game, and 2 down for Team Maroof. Tempest is looking to try and close this game here and now as fast as they can, not letting Team Maroof any sort of room to try and actively defend from this as they get another pick down. But Slow and Steady is going to start winning this race here as they're slowly getting these picks one by one, but there's one player left on Team Maroof and is in front of them with the Zuka as they try to get that Rainmaker down, but no, they managed to hold strong as 60 points remaining.
Yep, but there's still players jumping in from Tempest, and Team Maroof still need to find their way out of their spawn here. They do not know where all of Tempest are in this mid area, and especially now they're coming back through as a whole entire team, so they need to be very careful as they approach this checkpoint.
A very good opening push from Tempest, taking that points all the way down to 16. Team Maroof has quite a bit to actually try and eat through if they want to contest those points, and they're looking already doing their best right now to try and pick off one player from Tempest one by one. Crabtick coming out to try and stall them out for a little bit longer, and that it does before eventually getting just instantly popped, I assume, since I don't see it anymore. Just like that, the Rainmaker is dropped in mid. Right now, both of these are at a relative neutral.
Yes, right now very neutral. But the extra range that they're getting from that heavy does make it that a little bit easier for Tempest to pick off players from a bit more of a distance. But this Inkjet will also assist in kind of pushing Tempest back.
Making some space is exactly what you need to try to do right now for Team Maroof, to try and get as many points as you can before you fully commit to that lead taking push. And that Rainmaker is gonna reset if no one grabs it in time, and no one does grab it in time. That's kind of not what you want to see right now if you're trying to make some push. And that Kraken fell through the gate. An unfortunate misplay right there, meaning Team Maroof is down 3 players now. Tempest has the advantage right now to try play as aggressively as they want, but this Blaster is gaming as they get 2 before getting eventually picked off.
Yes, indeed. Yet again, slowing down Tempest here. Unfortunate for that, wall doesn't actually get deployed. But there we go. That does mean that still Team Maroof and Tempest are fighting over this kind of, it's not quite neutral, but quite close to it moment here. They need to get they need to get the person advantage here and get another push going, but that does not seem like it's going to happen just yet. So they still do have a minute and a half here to make something happen.
It's just a constant game of footsies right now. These teams are trying their best to get whatever advantage they can over one another. Constant just one-off picks that don't really lead into much of anything, but 2 does go down for Tempest. This is the chance that Team Maroof is looking for to try and take a few more points, potentially take that lead as we're headed to the final minute. Another player goes down for Tempest. Team Maroof has the Rainmaker right now, and they're slowly encroaching onto that final checkpoint to try and take this lead. 71 points remaining, 1 minute remaining. It's a fight for life right now.
Yes, indeed. But this Rainmaker needs more players ahead of it here, and especially when they're constantly covering all sides, trying to keep this Rainmaker alive. But to get to that 15-point marker, they really need to have more players in front of them. They're starting to get to that point, but I'm not quite sure it's going to be enough with these last 30 seconds on the board.
It's a slow and steady push that Team Maroof is going for pivoting to the breakaway, but they don't get the points that they need right now. They're with practically 10 points, 20 points, now down to 10 points remaining between these 2 teams. Team Maroof is looking to try and maybe take away this game from under the foot, but Tempest is none the wiser as they're just holding their ground. Make sure Team Maroof is nowhere near that Rainmaker, and with 5 seconds remaining, none of Team Maroof's members near that Rainmaker. I'm pretty sure this game can and will go to Tempest.
Yes, indeed, which means we're gonna get another game 3, the second game 3, and we're only in round 2. Oh my goodness! And that is gonna come down to a tiebreaker on Inkblot Art Academy. Okay, all right. Yep, that is interesting. Going in from that first game, definitely Tempest was able to kind of lock it down a little bit more, because in that first game, Team Maroof were constantly trying to get in and around Tempest's defenses, and finally did that right at the end. But this time, Tempest was able to kind of keep those defenses, at least for their as far as they got, their lead, pretty strong the whole way through.
These two teams are just taking these back and forths really well. First game going to Team Maroof, second game going to Tempest. I'm very much eager to see exactly how this next game is going to pan out. Tower Control Inkflaw. This is the tried and true. So many people have so much experience on this map. It's just the staple for competitive Splatoon at this point. So I know for a fact that these two teams has experience to back up just a genuinely proper good showing here.
Yes, they definitely do. And it's really coming down to the wire here on Tower Control that I do believe we'll probably still see that rapid coming out from Team Maroof. That I think that would make sense, unless they want to change up their backline specifically for Tower Control. But yeah, I'd say these teams mostly will stay the same weapons. I'd not expect much of a team comp change, since they both can work well on the comps they're running can work well on Tower Control. So though we are going to see if that prediction becomes truth. Going into the last game of the set, tiebreaker round 3 of this set.
And we do see a relative stay from these two teams. We don't see the Rapid Blaster come back. Instead, we see 2 V-shots from the side of Team Maroof. You're running the tried and true quad shooter. Those of you who are veteran enough to know what that means do know the horrors of that in 2 days. But already, these two teams are just at each other's throats in mid. Team Maroof going down 2, while Tempest is up at the man advantage, getting these picks left and right. But it's a trade on the right side as Tempest trying to get these additional picks, and it's just constant back and forth.
Ooh. But Team Maroof coming out with a bit of a loss over those fights there in mid, which does mean that Tempest is already able to push up to that first checkpoint and already working their way through it. They're going to get through that without pretty much any contest to it, so that will make it that bit easier for them to get towards that second checkpoint. But as I'm saying that, already 2 down, 3 down on the side of Team Maroof.
This is a very dangerous situation for Team Maroof. 3 down while that Rainmaker is at that second checkpoint. Never mind, it slipped behind. No one was on that checkpoint the tower on that entire time. There was so many lost points that the Tempest could have had right then and there, but they didn't. Team Maroof not losing as much as they should have, right? At that 3 down scenario. Now things are starting to swing back to their favor. Team Maroof going in with the Kraken, creating the space that they want to try and push that tower as far forward as they can.
Yes, indeed. Definitely, we can see there how far back Tempest has been pushed. It should make it that much easier for them to finish this first checkpoint. But as I'm saying that, we do see the strikes coming out, slowing it down just a little bit, but not that much. That's 3 down for Tempest, important to note. Which means that already Team Maroof is on lead, and they're at the second checkpoint, and Tempest is not near them right now.
Teams are actively switching right now. These positions are going to be very important here, as Team Maroof is finally forced off of that tower, taking that tower from 31 points and counting. That's a very decent lead, as they still have that second checkpoint. Tempest still has that second checkpoint to actively go through. So that it's gonna be a little bit of a difficult to try and contest those points right here and there. But right now it's a fight for mid, trying to see exactly who's gonna be the one getting that next push. And Tempest does get that next push going.
Yes, indeed. Though it is a bit slow going for them, they do still have specials at the ready for now, but it's actually only the one, as one of the players does end up going down with their special. But But yeah, right now this is not actually going as smoothly as Tempest was looking for, as already that is a wipeout for Tempest. Oh goodness, 2 minutes left, and that is not the energy you want to be working with here. There is still the opportunity here to get back out and push back, but Team Aruf are in a very strong position at the moment.
The amount of mistakes Team Aruf, the amount of mistakes Tempest has remaining in order for this game to be a complete loss is slowly dwindling. But with pretty much the delayed wipeout right then and there, things are looking up with them as they're heading to that second checkpoint. There's Tactical at the ready. Kraken's going in to create the space that they want, going into the backline, harassing, getting one, getting two. That's what you want to see. That second checkpoint is being contested right now, as there's just that V-Shot remaining, who takes 3 down with them. This is gonna be a very difficult position right here for Tempest.
Yes, but is it? There's still a player on the tower. I think they're still gonna get lead, and they do. That's a wipe.
Oh, we're heading to a dangerous situation right now. That third checkpoint is gone. These teams are doing absolutely using whatever tool they can to try and get that checkpoint down or trying to keep that tower from moving. It's a 1 minute remaining, 45 seconds remaining. These Tempest is at 7 points and ticking. Team Aruf has to do whatever they can to try and salvage this, as that tower is still on their plat. They got such a mountain to try and climb up, but that unfortunately that Tactical does go down for Tempest. Team Aruf has a bit of the advantage right now.
Oh, yep. This is not looking good. Team Aruf are trying everything to try and get back in here, but this is just not happening. Everything they're throwing at this tower does not get Tempest out. They're still very, very strongly sitting in this on this plat area, and kind of a little bit further up at times. So this does not look like Team Aruf. They need to be on the tower, and they are. Oh my goodness!
The last possible seconds of this game, Team Aruf barely managed to take control of the tower. Tempest now being forced into an overtime scenario. They have no room for any mistakes right now. They have to do whatever they can to just stop this tower in its place. Zuka's coming out. Kraken's coming out. The strikes is being used to try and stall it out for as long as they can, but no, it's very contested. These teams are running at the tower to try and take control here now, but 2 goes out for Tempest. Team Aruf is still in the game.
Oh, but it's not enough! Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
In an attempt to try and create more space, the Heavy Edit jumps off the tower just for a moment, but that mistake cost them that game!
Yes, indeed. Oh my god! Okay, yeah, because there was so much happening on that tower at the end, and they did win that first confrontation, but as you're saying, that player got off the tower, and that gave just the opportunity that the Tempest needed, just the opportunity. They were right there. Oh, that is so unfortunate. It just comes down to a split second. Oh my gosh.
Well, that was a comeback in the making. Team Aruf had everything lined up for them, but just one minor misplay, one minor just misjudgment of the situation cost them that overtime victory, giving Tempest 2-1, giving them this set in round 2. A big shout out for both these teams, but oh my, that was a game I just witnessed.
Yes, absolutely agreed. I was not ready for that. Oh my goodness. Definitely not. Not expecting that. But yes, Tempest will continue on to round 3, and that does mean that Team Aruf is heading down to start their losers run. We might see them later, we might not. It is all up to them. But oh my goodness, these sets today. With that in mind, we're going to go to a short break as we set up for your round 3. So do not be going anywhere. We will be back real soon. Oh my god.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and Avatars in between. My name is SPF Dark. I'm joined by the lovely Zeri, and we're coming with you round 3, Hooray versus Tempest.
Yes, indeed. This is going to be interesting, these two teams. Like, we did just see Tempest just able to win on that last set there, but definitely showing that they know what they're doing, even if they have some moments where let's just say a win was stolen out from under them. But going into the second set, we're now into best of 5, which does mean that we're going to be seeing at least 3 games from these teams, hopefully more. We love to see extra matches.
I've said this time and time again. I am a man of the people. I will always advocate for the game 5, game 9, game 15, whatever it is. I want to see that final game played.
Yes.
And here we see an E-leader, something we don't see too often.
But you absolutely have to expect it from 4K. I don't know for sure, but I think this person definitely, like every time I see them, they're playing an E-leader. So I think they are a hard E-leader man. So that does not surprise me.
What makes you say that? Nothing about the name 4K tips you off that, huh?
Oh, of course not. It's not completely in the name, in the title. Definitely not. One down on both sides at the moment, both being the shots going down. But actually, as I say that, Hooray going down and losing a couple more players than Tempest here. 4K able to jump out of that very dangerous situation going on there, as the Kraken does not live.
I need it to be known that I saw one of these players just blind hop right in front of the E-leader laser, and my own life flashed before my eyes. Like, I need to know the kind of how ingrained I am to just fear E-leader. Just seeing that laser like pointed right at me, I have felt that fear, and I'm pretty sure the player felt as well at that moment. Because I saw a little bit of panic as these two teams are now just returning back to neutral. The E-leader just doing proper work in creating the space that the rest of their team, Hooray, needs to try and work with.
Yes, indeed. Definitely helping to instill the fear in these players, knowing that at any moment, if they stick their head out round a corner, there could be a laser waiting for them, which does definitely mean... 4K, you can't just do that! Oh my god.
Collateral! We were just talking about the E-leader being, you don't want to beat the E-leader. They're doing collateral from 4K Hooray, setting up their team nice and pretty. Tempest having to just try and scrounge up whatever scraps they can to recontest their retake from Hooray and try and get this tower moving as best they can. Yes,
indeed. They're definitely trying to find their footing here, but oh my goodness, Hooray making it difficult. Definitely so. As already that heavy is going down, and Silver. Oh, how are you still alive? Silver, what the frick was that? Oh my gosh. Okay, fair enough. And there goes the 96 back to spawn and away from all the dangers currently trying to kill them. Oh my goodness.
Speaking of dangers, the E-leader is back on the tower, especially with the tacticaler on deck too. I don't think there's any killing that E-leader, and they do jump out in the nick of time, creating the distraction they need to just barely almost be able to take that second checkpoint, but just not quite. Tempest now 2 down, followed by Hooray's own 2 down. These two teams are just at each other's throats, getting these back and forth picks. 2 minutes remaining. A very sizable lead for Hooray, meaning Tempest has a bit of work ahead of them to try and contest it at the very least.
Yep, definitely. I think they need to utilize the times where they're able to get 4K out of the picture, because right now 4K is in spawn, but they don't have the opportunity here to push just yet, which means that they weren't able to kind of use that to their advantage. But yeah, at the moment, just both these teams fighting over this neutral until someone's able to get something moving again. And Tempest needs for it to be them, but I'm not so sure it's looking that way.
Oh, these two teams, it's a big game of footies right now. Hooray is just slowly inching that tower forward. One does go down for Tempest before getting eventually traded out. Two now down for Tempest. Another one down for Hooray. These two teams are just getting these pack-and-forth trades, using as much as they can to try and create space. Tempest looking to try be the one to actually get a few more points on the board as we head to the final 45 seconds remaining.
Yes, indeed. Hooray only needs to keep this stall active. Like, they are at that second checkpoint. And with how Tempest hasn't even got through that first one, it does put them at such a good advantage here. And with 4K constantly trying to find a good angle on to Tempest, they do have to be incredibly careful as they're trying to get through that checkpoint. Okay, they've opened it up just a little bit more. Last 15 seconds though, and they need to be on that tower. No one is.
This is where things start getting very dangerous. Hooray has a good amount of players around that tower, and with the final people from Tempest who is able to actually contest that tower down, this game does go to Hooray.
Yes, indeed. They were able to kind of play around what Tempest was throwing at them and keep that constant aggressive force of the E-leader to make sure that they had that, like, just, you could get shot from any angle at any time. Just be aware.
The fear the E-leader just instills. I want it to be known that me saying that I felt just utter panic mid casting when I saw the E-leader just pointing at the camera. That was not a bit. I need everyone to know that genuinely was not a bit. I needed people to know exactly how those feelings were utterly real right then and there. Because E-leaders are so good to have on your team. The fighting against one is such a terrifying because no matter what angle you think you're safe, no matter what corner you go around the peak and just move on from, there's like a 50-50 chance that E-leader's there. It's like, what's that Schrodinger's cat? It's like Schrodinger's E-leader. You just don't know where the E-leader is if you don't see it.
Yeah, absolutely. Unless someone has called it out and has eyes on the E-leader. And even if they do know they're in danger, you do not know where that E-leader is looking or where that laser is about to be. So absolutely it does. It does cause anxiety, let's just say. So you just have to be so incredibly careful. But Tempest definitely, they were able to stall. They were able to get some pushes, but not anything all that big. So it'll be interesting going into the second map of the set on Barnacle and Dime, because that is a very flat map, which yet again is quite helpful for an E-leader to be able to survey their entire surroundings. So not that many places to hide, which would be helpful for Hooray. What
Tempest needed to do from last game is just take what all the things that they've learned and seen that Hooray does and try and use that to formulate a new plan, because they know what they had last game isn't going to work, especially with that E-leader round. So they got to be mindful like what exactly they wanted to be trying to do to at least counteract that E-leader and try and do things differently. And we do see the Zimmy coming in instead of, I don't even remember the heavy edit, that's what it was from last time around. But we do see the custom E-leader come in instead as well.
They're saying we've got a Kraken too, guys. So that is definitely going to be an interesting matchup there, as we have seen Tempest just constantly sticking with that Gal and being very consistent on that. But already that is 2 down, 3 down, a delayed wipe, I think, coming out for Tempest. From Tempest even, but oh my goodness, okay, this is going very quickly.
Hooray, just having such a good opening, getting the first power dunk in, but there's no other follow that can be done from that. Just getting some points on the board for them to just be able to work with tempo rise as things are restarting back to mid. Tempest is getting a few picks of their own before getting inevitably getting traded out by someone else, E-leader. But we see that Mini is set up in mid to try and hold that mid for as long as they can, get some paint on the board as they try and see what's going to be coming up next.
Yes, indeed. They definitely are going to have to work their way, Tempest this is, towards that basket. It is going to be difficult for them in a way that Hooray has a little bit of an easier time with the differences in range. But at the moment, this is still just in that neutral. Though that Zimmy does go down on the side of Hooray, which is not ideal because they definitely do want to use that when they push up. But yes, this is kind of still slightly in neutral, but Tempest is getting a little... no. Okay, never mind. Tempest is still struggling.
Yeah, I think part of it just comes with the fact that the unit just is able to exude so much pressure, so much space control that it's very hard to actually try and push up against Hooray without the proper cover, without the proper specials. And even then, there's no guarantee that the specials are able to clear out the E-liter effectively enough. As Tempest is now just constantly on the back foot, and most of the members of Hooray are just able to walk forward and able to contest and push them back and get a pick or two, while that E-liter is just slowly encroaching in, taking in like another few feet of space from that initial push, and now they're already contesting that power basket.
Yes, they are, which yet again keeps Tempest on that back foot, even if they're able to not let Hooray make it. R.I.P. Zimmy. Well, not having a fun time today.
Oh, it's such a thing where, like, if you don't have the proper tools to fight against an E-liter, or if you just don't know how to actually properly fight against an E-liter, it's so hard. But even then, if you do know how to properly fight against an E-liter, the E-liter could just play Giga Save and play all the way back, and you just have no choice but to sort of respect the pressure it's dealing. As now Hooray is getting a few more points on the scoreboard, just because that E-liter just knows how to properly space himself in order to try and abuse the range as best they can.
Yes, indeed. And that is a push down to 14 before Tempest has got anything into the basket. Oh my goodness. They did get to that E-liter before they were able to back out fully, though, which is a very strong position for them to be in. But important to note that that is not quite where I do believe they would have wanted that shield to be, because it doesn't, that's going to reset that back, and they want that for when they're pushing. And especially since Tempest has, in essence, 3 power clams. So they definitely need to find a way to get them up to this basket, I'm soon.
I do think that once they get a few power clamps into that basket, things might actually start looking a bit better for them, and that they do as they take 27 points and counting 45 as they get a few extra clamps in. Hooray is looking to try and just flush out whatever members they can from Tempest, but he's still got a few points remaining as 2 goes down for Hooray. They got the bubbler to cover them, and just like that, with 6 points remaining, they can just finish this game here and now, and they do!
Tempest! What was that? Hold on. From 100 to 0. What? Oh my god.
And chat, and this is why you never give up. Even if you're down 15 points versus your 0 points, you just can't give up. Because things like that could happen. Your opponents can fumble at the very last few moments, and you can go 100 to 0. Tempest just utterly sweeping that game.
That was insane. And yeah, until those last, I don't even know, like 10 seconds, 15 seconds, the game seemed set. The game seemed sure. But that was not correct at all. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right, Tempest. We might have started writing you off a little bit, but you're seated at this highly for a reason, clearly. And you were able to figure it out right at the end. So that does mean that that's evened up the scores going into game 3 on Mahi Mahi. So, okay. All right. Let's see how everything goes on Splat Zones now.
Mahi Mahi zones. This map mode specifically, I say that the game actually doesn't start until that water drops. The map beforehand, there really isn't much you can do, and just based off whoever actually can get whoever can get zone first and get a few points going, they're the ones who can probably hold on to the zone until the water drops. Then once that map opens up, once you have the proper cover, the proper area to just move around in, that's when things start getting interesting. That's when things start shaking up, and it's shown that Tempest with their backs against the wall. All they need is just one single opening to utterly reverse this. So this could be anyone's game, regardless of what the opening looks like.
Yes, indeed. And especially if they continue to have something like that Zimmy to put the shield on the zone and kind of like push up with, that could definitely help them a lot with continuing to kind of keep that coverage. Both teams kind of sticking with what they've figured out with at the moment. This is not a surprise going into this game 3 of the set.
Mm-hmm. And right off the bat, both of these teams are looking to try and be the first ones to get the zone contested. The Elite taking a bit of an off angle, going to the deep left, just being able to poke down or just instantly snipe anyone on the right side of the map. And with that, Hooray is able to just pretty much clean up Tempest within the first few seconds, and they're able to push them back, keep them out from the zone, and maintain control.
Yep, yes indeed. Get so much control so incredibly quickly and keep it consistently. But yeah, as you're saying, they just don't have the space at the moment. But finally, the water is dropped. If they're able to kind of make their way out and dodge that E-leader, then maybe they can get another chance at this. But already, this is down to 30. No, down into the 20s, actually. This is not looking good.
Tempest needs to get something going right here and now. 18 points and remaining. 2 players are down for Tempest. Hooray just holding such a stronghold right here, right now. And it doesn't seem like they can do anything about it. It was a clean 100-0 right back to back. Tempest loses this game to Hooray.
Oh my god. Okay. Right. Well, this does, in hindsight, we probably should have mentioned exactly how flat Mahi is, because that's even more of a good thing for an E-leader. And absolutely 4K coming in clutch there, able to keep that constant pressure, but also the constant kills whenever their teammates were able to push up and kind of flush out Tempest from behind cover. As soon as that began to happen, then it just spiraled. And then, well, Tempest just has to drop into that, and that was not going to go well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Hooray definitely set themselves to just an extraordinarily well checkmate scenario within the first minute of that game, just being able to keep Tempest out without any issue. And now they're sitting at match point. Mm-hmm. If they take this next game, they're gonna take this set over Tempest as we head into Rainmaker's Scorch Gorge.
Yes. So this is going to be interesting. I think something as well that Tempest might do well with is something to help them push in or through sniper fire, right? At the moment, they have the shield, but it's not going to move with them. And I'm not sure if maybe that means just displacing the sniper with... No, I would say we don't see missiles very often, but missiles would be something that would displace a sniper or
no.
throw strikes at a sniper or something like that, or a booyah bomb, something that you could throw at the sniper to displace them from where they're at or push them further into you to make... Because 4K does have a very pushed up kind of style of sniping at times. So it'd be interesting to see if we see that at all. But I'm not sure if... Yeah, I don't think they're going to change very much at all, as we're seeing. So, interesting going into this fourth game of the set.
Tempest are choosing just to stand their ground with their comp. They are confident that what they have is the tools they need to try and circumnavigate anything that this E-leader is pressuring up against. And you mentioned that this E-leader likes to push up very forward, be up very forward, taking these off angles, just being able to exude even more pressure without being that far back. And they are already going forward for it. Rainmaker in possession. Hooray! Just gonna be able to walk up and get that checkpoint without any issues.
Ooh. Yes, indeed. They are continuing to keep that pressure on the board. And we see that, but they do need to get to that checkpoint and not up and over, which, to be fair, that Kraken will help to displace Tempest and just set them running, which does mean they're able to get down that hill but I'm not quite sure they're gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna get at that Rainmaker just yet.
A proper reset from Tempest. Hooray, choosing to back up and try and just maintain as much mid control as they can, as this Rainmaker is going to now reset back to mid. Tempest is looking to try and get whatever picks they can to create more space, but the E-Leader is set up and gets the first pick on the right side, looking to get another pick as 2 goes down for Tempest. Hooray has a player advantage, and then once again that E-Leader does put it in the work and gets yet another pick.
Yes, indeed. Here, just starting that push all over again. It's definitely still looking very much in Hooray's favor here. Tempest trying to find their way to that Rainmaker before it does any more damage. And they are able to stop it from getting too far past the 50-point mark. But even still, that is more time spent on the side of Hooray pushing, and Tempest not able to do anything about it, really.
The key point here is that ramp leading past that first checkpoint, because keeping control of that ramp is going to be vital here, and because Tempest has been doing a decent job making sure that they can't pass that, getting past that 50 points isn't going to be too much of a hassle. They just need to make sure they can get proper clearing of that ramp in order to actually take away and just run away with a bunch of points at once. As you see right now, both of these teams are just a bit at a stalemate, just slowly just poking one another, playing this footsie, a game of constant back and forth neutral. As specials are being used, players are getting 1 pick, maybe 2 picks. Tempest is looking to try and create space, but no, Hooray does manage to get the Rainmaker in time and just stall out a little bit extra seconds for them, forcing them to pop it once again.
Yes, indeed, but there's still that player in the mid here, which will slow them down and is able to, in essence, send 2 players back to spawn. It just, yet again, adds more pressure from Hooray here, as Tempest is just trying to get a push going with the Rainmaker. Oh, not able to beat the E-Leader. Definitely not.
And Tempest has to be using all their tools to try and displace this E-Leader as best they can, or else they won't actually be able to get anywhere near that ramp to try that first checkpoint. We are at 1 minute 30 seconds remaining. Tempest only has 1 point on the board as Hooray is just harassing the backline, getting a pick, causing a distraction and mayhem, and disrupting their flow right now. This Rainmaker has reset back to mid as Hooray is looking to try and pick it up once again and just keep this Rainmaker onto the opposite side of the map as best they can.
Yes, indeed. Oh my goodness. Tempest know that they need to do something about this. They need to win this game or else it's just going to be over, but there's just not much they can do about it. Not with the constant pressure from Hooray. It's just not happening. They're able to get some picks, but it's never enough.
And this is where things started looking a bit dangerous, but we can't count Tempest just yet, because in the last two games, I'm sorry, and this situation, Tempest was able to just take this game and completely run away with it against Hooray, and they just had that one opening that they needed, and this might be that opening. As 2 goes down, the Kraken does go in to try and get that Rainmaker down, and they unfortunately do get that Rainmaker down. 20 seconds remaining. Hooray is looking to be regrouping once again to try and stall it out as long as they can.
Yes, indeed, they're trying their best, but there is still this. Oh, the Stamper in the back line getting the 2 picks, just pulling apart what Tempest is trying to set up here. There's no one at the Rainmaker, and that will be game.
A valiant effort from Tempest to go up against Hooray, but it just wasn't quite enough. That constant pressure from 4K, the E-Leader player, was just too much for Tempest. And even though they did get that 100-0 victory off of Clamblitz, they just couldn't reorganize properly, and they just ended up losing out this set.
Yes, indeed. That will mean that Tempest is way down to the losers bracket and on to doing their losers run now. But Hooray, able to show quite a lot of dominance there throughout most of those games. The only moment not so much being that the ending of that Clams game.
only disappointing factor was the fact that I lost 7k points on this game.
Oh my
So whoever voted hooray, and you got a huge cash out. You're welcome. I'm the benefactor for that one. But
yes, you received all of Dark's money. So enjoy it.
That being said and done, we have a little bit of a small break before we head to our next game here. So don't go anywhere just yet. Get your snacks, use the restroom, get some water, do whatever it is you need. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
Welcome back, everyone, to Paddling Pool 200. Jesus, 285. It's not 385. Jeez. Anyway, this is round 4, which is also, I do believe, semis. Yep, we're up to semis at this point. Jeez, this has gone quickly. But yeah, between these two teams, and I will say the German name once so that you get the rhythm of it. But we're gonna call them OB. Just heads up on that. But yes. Ona Bona, Kaina Lona versus Zoyo, always in our hearts. So, yeah, OB.
OB.
Zoyo.
We are seeing OB versus Zoyo. That is the simplification of it because we need to be able to say these team names in a very fast manner. And already we're on Undertow Spillway, the tried and true. You love it, I love it, we all love it. No, we don't. We really don't.
But it's a staple. It's a staple of this game. So here we all are. Important to note, by the way, we've still got a 96 on the field. This has been 3 games in a row. We've got a 96 and a 52 coming out from OB. I was about to say, just like try and do the whole name again. I was like, no. From OB, and also a Carbon. No, wait, hold on. What? The gals are coming out on the side of Zoyo, and then the Carbon on the side of OB.
Both these teams are at an explosive start. Then we're just got a big fight going on in the mid, and the fight that's actually technically still going as this tower went on forward just a little bit before Zoyo managed to actually try regaining bit control. Obi being forced on the back foot. As we see this inkjet comes out, Tactical comes out in response to create some space. It's Pencil versus the Jet, and then we do just barely see a hit and a miss on that incoming player.
Yes, indeed. This is definitely going in the favor of OB at the moment. But as I say that, another player goes down, and that tower is not getting pushed any further at the moment. Oh, so unfortunate. Oh my god.
Oh, we love Kraken in this household. It is such a funny special that I'm pretty sure that it is no way, any way, shape, or form controversial to the average Splatoon player.
Of course not. Controversy in my Splatoon game? Oh, of course not. Definitely not about weapons and comps and specials. We wouldn't do that here.
Oh, well, we just play the funny ink game, you know. We paint. We're painters out there very hard.
Yeah.
This tower has not moved at all for the past 45 seconds. I wanted to point that out. These two teams are just constantly fighting each other, not really paying too much to the tower, finally being able to pay enough attention to the tower. Obi getting a lead as 2 goes down for Zoyo, but we see Tactical come out, we see Inktrax come out, we see Kraken come out. It's just everyone presses their special button.
Important to note, especially since the first checkpoint is literally right beside neutral, that we have not reached the second checkpoint yet. It is 2.5 minutes into this game. That is how much people have been killing each other in mid. That is insane. Oh my god, it continues. But they are at the checkpoint. Finally.
Well, not finally, because that tower did not push past that checkpoint. These two teams are bloodthirsty. They want to be able to get a clean push without any interruptions against the other team. Inkstrikes do come out once again, as these players are just constantly finding, constantly feeding for whatever pick they can get. Forcing this gal in the corner before they have to jump out with the tactical, and that checkpoint does actually go down. Obi finally having a decent enough lead as Zoyo is trying to recover whatever they can.
That was an interesting escape there from Punchy, who's still alive. What do you mean? Okay, all right, Punchy, fair enough, but this might finally be the opportunity that Zoyo needs, as players on OB just keep going down. And they're getting through this first checkpoint, finally.
looking at these weapon comps, it shouldn't surprise me that these players are bloodthirsty. They're this bloodthirsty because we see the carbon roller, we see the rapid blast, we do see the slosher, the gauss. It's like a lot of these picks are technically like seen as a bit more aggressive weapons, and they're going to be on the front lines a lot. So with two clashing flowers, these idiots are just been at each other's throats, and even though they happen, things are starting to slip away for OB. Zoyo finally gets past that checkpoint, and they barely take the lead!
Oh my god, I was not expecting that, but that is a wipeout, and that 37 will be the lead that they're going to have to defend. They have 45 seconds and counting to defend this, or else OB will take this game. There is not going to be another opportunity for Zoyo to be able to push. So we do have to be incredibly careful here if you're on the side of Zoyo to just keep that defense as solid as possible.
Right now, Zoyo needs to play the game of just absolute defense. As 2 goes down for OB, Zoyo is looking to be up in numbers right now as they're trying to get that tower up and forward as far away from that potential lead checkpoint as they can. As another player goes down to the 1-for-1 trade, the pencils on top creating havoc, creating space as the carbon roller goes in. Tower control is under control of OB as we head into overtime.
Yes, indeed. And going into this one down on both sides, Zoyo knows that they need to be incredibly careful here, but the Kraken will end the game.
Oh, we love Kraken in this household. A very good showing nonetheless from these two teams. Just being constantly getting these back and forth trades, showing that they have their aggression to take on one another. But at the end of the day, it is OB who just couldn't get there. Zoyo managed to just out-aggress OB and takes this first game.
Yes, indeed. And that push they were able to do just before OB was able to take that tower back is what it came down to. They were able to get lead, and then they were able to defend it, and yet again, Kraken secured it for them. So absolutely, going into this second game of the set, Zoyo, always in our hearts, is definitely set up well, but they need to continue that momentum. And OB knows. They know that they need to take this next game. They do not want to be set up for that third game to be a match point situation, so they want to be having this second game.
As we head into Rainmaker Museum d'Alfonsino, I don't know whether these teams are going to stick with their weapons or not. A lot of different weapons can work here. You do have a wide variety of just terrain and ledges and flat ground and just open wide areas to work with. So a lot of different weapons comps can work here. And we do see someone's missing from the game. So with a quick reset, we're going to get that fixed up here in just a second.
Yeah, so we've still got a little bit more time to discuss because we do not have everyone here. So... yeah, okay. Oops. Take 2 on that one.
Whether that was the Nintendo servers being funny or if that was human error, we don't know. And honestly,
internet being haha, what the frick? It's not like there's lots of options here. We don't live with the best server situation going on with Nintendo or the best connectivity even wired with a Switch, so we live in constant fear of being disconnected. To
take a full circle a bit, being connected to Nintendo servers and not knowing whether or not you would just be randomly disconnected in your next game is almost equivalent to the same fear of seeing the laser and E-liter like pointed right at you. You just have no idea when you're just gonna get you're gone.
It's a good way to describe it. I absolutely felt that in my bones. Yes, sometimes you're just like, oh, I'm having so much fun, and then it's like, wait, why can't I move? Why, where's everyone gone? Why are you saying you're having connection issues? No! And then you're just like, okay. And then they have the little thing being like, oh yeah, friggin' sorry about that. And you're like, huh? What do you mean? So yeah, that's still fun.
The other end of that is you're actively like winning the game with a huge lead. It's like the final 5 seconds you disconnect. Not only do you get given a loss for like accidentally disconnecting that game, but until like, oh, you left that game, 10-minute penalty. You know, like
Yeah, that was suspicious. Don't look at our servers, but that was suspicious. I'm gonna say, give you that little 10-minute ban. Don't be suspicious. Or I'm gonna punish you for it. And you're like, bro, you're the reason I disconnected. Stop it with all this. What the frick?
don't mind the $10 you give me. This was completely 100% your
No,
fault.
it was all on you. How dare you? Obviously, like it is funny to me how often Nintendo is just like, this must be strategic, and you're like, no, it's connectivity to you that's the issue. Oh my god, it's like, stop making the things out of nothing, Nintendo. Freaking hell. But yeah. So we continue to wait for that player to return. What? Right. Okay. We were discussing possible ideas for that they could change their comps and they might not, because Museum does tend to be a little bit more flexible on that. A lot of things can work. Can you give me some examples?
Well, first thing for me, I'm not sure if you noticed about the first few sets of this game. I don't know, there's a funny thing that rhymes with raster, and it's blaster if you couldn't tell. Yeah, there's a good amount of ledges that you can play around. The elevation really sits well with just being able to be annoying and just being a little gremlin under the ledges and whatnot. Like, I like blaster here.
We do like being a gremlin under ledges. I personally am a roller main, so that is 100% my MO as well. So I absolutely understand. You're like, you're not dropping down here unless you want to go back to spawn. So make your choice. Stay up there, live. Come down here, die. Those are your two options. It is so fun.
Ooh, I do love me a little bit of Rapid Blaster gaming. I'm pretty sure this Rapid Blaster wasn't here last time. I don't remember. My memory's awful, if you couldn't tell.
No, actually, I do believe they did have that Rapid Blaster last time, because it's the only thing on this entire board that has Inkjet, and they did have Inkjet. So I can tell you that is, oh my god, Doyle, always in our hearts, out for blood. Oh my god. Alright.
These teams are just hungry to get that KDA up as high as they possibly can. Just going on the absolute aggression. Kraken comes out to try and stall for some time, prevent them from actually getting this pop. In fact, flipping the pop in their favor as they go in and just cause even more chaos. As that Rainmaker is down to 14 points remaining for Zoyo.
We are less than a minute in, folks. And that could very well be a winning push. What are you doing? Zoyo, what? Oh my. Okay. Well, that puts OB very much in the back foot. They know what they need to do, but do they have the ability to do it in one push? I'm not so sure. Especially not with that Rapid looking at them. And the Kraken!
Yeah, it's very much Zoyo being the ones who's constantly on the aggression, you know. Your opponents can't actively push up if you're like, you know, fighting them, or, you know, if they're just in the respawn timer and whatnot. Like, there genuinely is some merit to just this hyper aggression that they're going for, and just keep holding forward until they give up or you die, you know. And it's been working out for them favorably for the last game, and now we see it here once again in this game. Zoyo has control of the Rainmaker once again. Obi just can't seem to contest anyone on their team to try and get that Rainmaker out of their hands.
Yes, indeed. It's just such a struggle at the moment. But they continue to just... Oh. That was such a read! Oh my goodness! Sally just knew, was like, and that's the moment they're going to jump up. And... yeah, that works. That absolutely works. Okay.
Now, Hobie is the one who's finally going on their question, but no one was paying attention to the Rainmaker. How is it on that? Can you even reach it from up there? I don't know what is going on with this set. As Hobie, I think they just have to let the Rainmaker reset. They think they just genuinely just have to let it go to mid once again, waste some time.
Yeah, which definitely in Zoyo's favor, able to keep this kind of like easier for them because they have more. Well, there's less time, and less time means OB are not going to be able to get. What the frick?
What is this game?
I don't understand. I really don't.
I don't know what is going on with this game. I genuinely have no idea what's going to be happening next. But I'm here for the entertainment value as Obi now has that first checkpoint down. 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining. Zoyo is being forced to defend for once in this set.
Yes, indeed. They are definitely continuing to be actually on the back foot. Oh my goodness, OB finding their momentum.
Oh, 3 down for Zoyo. Hobie's just gonna run for it, and they just barely miss it by 3 points. They were 3 points off from taking this, and they gotta do whatever they can to just inch that Rainmaker a little bit forward. But I think Zoyo's too aggressive to let that go, and 2 goes down for OB, and they have the Rainmaker, and that's a wipeout.
Oh my goodness. I'm not entirely sure what caused it, but almost immediately OB, like, as a collective, looked away from that Rainmaker. And the second that happened, it was entirely in Zoyo's hands. And that might have been their only chance there to get past that 14-point lead, which is so unfortunate for them. But I don't know. Are they going to be able to get it back? I am not sure.
15 seconds remaining.
No, I don't think
that
so.
Rainmaker is in a Rainmaker free zone. OB is stuck on their side of the spawn. The timer is ticking down. I think this game is gonna go to a clear-cut victory for Zoyo. It's 2 goals down for OB. That game is done with the Kraken spinning. You know, I got no words. I don't know. How am I supposed to beat that? How am I supposed to beat that? Like, the game is casting itself. What? I'm not needed here at this point.
Oh my god! Zoyo always in our hearts. I still do not understand how they were able to get that sheer aggressive push right at the beginning. It was so far, so quickly, and just to be fair, OB's push to 17, normally, amazing push, incredible push, would have got the lead push. Not in this game.
These teams are just the epitome of act first, think later. They are just going in, they see a body, they're gonna get that body killed, or they will be killed. Like, there's just...
Or send them, just push them back. If they won't go back to spawn that way, just keep the pressure up until they're practically in spawn anyway. They just keep having to back up.
Oh. Now, we're sitting at 2-0 for Zoyo. OB has a bit of a mountain to climb up ahead of them as we had a clam blitz on this map. I don't know what's gonna happen. I generally don't know what's gonna happen, you know? For all I know, we're gonna see the same comp, apparently. Why am I trying to predict these things?
Consistency. That's what we're seeing from these teams. Consistency.
You know what? That is right.
Is that going to work for OB? That really does depend. Because straight off the bat, that Slosher is not having a fun time. Neither is the Kraken. Or not the Kraken, the Carbon Roller. Oh, God.
Ooh. Just opening back and forth trade. These 2 teams are going just at each other's throats right now. As that, even with the Tactical online, there's gonna be no one to practically make much use of it. As Zoyo is already at the power basket, getting power clamps into the basket, just extending the lead by a mile. As Obi's just desperately trying to recover this, but a wipeout for them is not gonna make things any easier.
Yes, indeed. And Zoyo's just collecting those clams, getting as many of them in as possible. Already down to 29. Are they going to be able to continue that? They are. That's down to 17.
This is
indeed.
This is dangerous here. Because if they get a few extra clams, they can keep this basket open for a little bit longer. 8 points. Can we see the 100-0 of the opening push from Zoyo? I don't think so. With that last player dead, I think that's it for that push. And Zoyo is being forced to be back on mid, being forced to play the neutral once again. But Tactical is online, so they can at any point go on the aggression. With that pick, I think they're about to go on the aggression.
I think so too. But even with that crab just keeping up that pressure, it's able to kind of keep this in a neutral at the moment. But we can see here the whales trying to find a pick, but not able to.
This Carbon Roller trying to get a pick on the gals, and instead they get walled off by both, and end up getting killed their own. Like, it's only this game where something like that could happen, and now Zoyo is being forced to defend, but not even because they just have a Kraken in the pocket, you know? What is OB supposed to do against the Kraken? Fortunately, they do have a jump out with the Tactical to get them out of that sticky situation.
Yes, indeed. Though they have left that power clamp just sitting, and no one is going back to pick it up. I don't think anyone can. Pan is kind of on the back foot here, and they do lose that power clamp. They'd spent time, or actually, was that the penny? No, they do lose the power clamp. They spent time building. But that's 2 down on OB.
2 down and 2 minutes remaining at this point. Things are looking very difficult for OB as they just genuinely can't match just the amount of aggression and forwardness from Zoyo. Crabtake does get a pick, does scatter out the remaining members of the team, but the Kraken comes out of nowhere, right behind the Crabtake, and just utterly flips the script once again.
This Kraken, I swear to God, anytime you're like comfortable, the Kraken's there to be like, actually, I was behind you the whole time. You're like, wait, what do you mean? Since when?
I genuinely don't understand the pacing of this game, because once I just think it goes one way, the other team just pulls something out of their back pocket and completely flips it. Like here right now, this should be OB's push as Zoyo was 2 players down, and they get stalled out. But this Carbon Roller is doing work, but they can't get the kick off the blaster. Like, what is this game?
But they do finally get it open, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to do anything with that beyond getting a clam in. They do have some clams, but Jasmine, you can't do that. What do you mean? Oh, that's a delayed wipe, and that will be the end of that.
I'm at a loss for words. I generally am at a loss for words. I'm really trying to make a coherent thought, but these 2 teams just keep putting out these baffling plays back to back to back. 45 seconds remaining. There's a sizable lead still between OB and Zoyo. OB has to pull every stop they can right now to try and outwin this game to stay in this step for a little bit longer. They gotta play the hero right here and now. 30 seconds remaining.
Yes, indeed. 30 seconds left here, and they're continuing to kind of keep that pressure up that we've been seeing from Zoyo this whole time here, and that is 1 player down on OB, but 1 down on both sides now. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be time here for OB to have this comeback they need.
It's gonna go to overtime. They have 2 power plays at the hand, so this will go to overtime regardless of what happens here. But excuse me, wow, that came out of nowhere. But with 3 going down for OB, Zoyo is just gonna go in the back line, taking it a step with a 3-0 victory.
Oh my goodness. 1. Okay. So Zoyo they just taking it. They just absolutely knew what they wanted, especially that first game. so back and forth. But obviously they won it right at the end by having that amazing defense. And then these past two games, they haven't even given OB the room to breathe. OB's fought their way to any points they were able to get, but it was never enough.
Yeah, that's gonna explain my mood right here and there. Like, so
Yes.
they just were
They've
constantly.
broken you.
This is out of like almost at this point, almost 3 years that I've been casting. This is the first team who's actually just made me a loss at words. I just can't. You know.
You know what that does mean, though?
What does that mean?
Weren't you on Zoro's side points wise?
Yes, I do get money back.
So there's that. At least. Oh my god, dude.
I put in 100 points and I got 3K. We are totally not rigging the system here at Dabble Productions. No way, shape or form. We are what's the proper word? A tight knit, clean, crystal clear. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think this is helping your case at all. So moving on from the gambling, this is the end of our block of casting. So we are going to be replaced by, I think it is Squidoku and Pat, really good casters. So look forward to that. But before we leave to go to a break and do that switch over, we should note. Hopefully you are ready to start talking about yourself instead of Splatoon here. But yeah, SPF Dark, where can the good people find you?
Oh, well, you can find me on pretty much any social at SPF_Dark. I'm Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, the whatnot. I post from time to time. I also stream here and there whenever the time allows it. If you couldn't tell, I just have a good time all around. I'm just here to be funny and be loud. Zari, where can they find you?
You can find me at SPL Zarani on Twitter and at Zarani on Twitch, where we do love to do lots of fun different games. But it's always a good time. So absolutely, thank you everyone for having us. This has been a hell of a block to cast, and obviously this is going to only get more hype as this team, Zoyo's team, continue on to the finals, and I'd imagine Onobono Kaina Lona are going to be seen again in that losers bracket. So absolutely, this is only going to get more hype as it goes on. So do not be going anywhere, but very much thanks for having us.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool number 285. I am Squidoku, and I am here with Pat to bring you the latter stages of this tournament.
Yes, we've seen so many good teams play, and we've seen Zoyo always in our hearts. Get in here, absolutely dominating their side of the semifinals. On the other side, Megaphone, Telephone, Gianluigi Buffon got here with a 3-2 victory against their opponent, Hooray! So a bit more of a rocky road for them, but they are here. They are seed number 1. We'll see how these two teams are able to do against each other. Here in winners finals, team that wins this gets to go to grand finals. Team that loses still has a few more games to play. Squidoku, I guess teams are ready. Let's dive right in for game number 1, which is going to be Rainmaker on Museum d'Alfonsino.
Yeah, let's get right into it. We have these two teams loading in. That's a double Gao plus a blaster and pencil, and then a pencil also on the side of Megaphone Telephone. So we've got two pencils going at it, but also that's an interesting comp with the Zinc Mini Splatling and the Dark Tetra dualies. We've been hearing players talk about the Tetras and also other dualies coming into the meta more as diving options, and there we see Ellis going right in, getting a double before getting traded out. But those tactic coolers are allowing those respawns to come in pretty quickly.
Yep, it's as you said, people are diving in. These Julies are doing more and more, and right now Megaphone are trying to take some control. The Reef Slider not able to find enough of these Dark Tetra Julies. I mean, I love that they're back. They're such a fun weapon to watch. They're constantly in a fight, and it's working for Megaphone right now. They grab the Rainmaker, and they're already on their way to a checkpoint.
Oh, yeah, even though they got that numbers advantage and now extending it to 3 down, there was still enough of a present. I believe that was the 96 Gal that could stop the Rainmaker right before it made it onto the checkpoint, stopping it at the 60-point mark, ever so close to that checkpoint. But now with the Killer Whale coming out, it looks like Megaphone have been pushed back off of Zoyo's plat, and now the Rainmaker has reset.
Yep, it is back mid, but Megaphone are still very much in control of the map. Get a nice jump, and this time the checkpoint is going to be broken. All of Megaphone are up there on that platform, getting a quick rip up and looking to get more points. Here comes the Kraken. The Kraken is going to punish the Tetras, but 27 is going to be the lead for Megaphone. Zoyo has yet to score a single point, as U-Snipe is in there getting a trade for good measure.
Yeah, just keeping that presence there, even though the push was basically over, still managing to get that trade and do a little bit more damage before Zoyo was able to regroup. But now that Nikki has picked up the Rainmaker, they are able to get it further, and they have taken plenty of space on Megaphone's plat, but there looks to be a flank in mid. That is the Tetras coming from behind, but does get taken out. Shirley called out, and with a clean pick from the Rainmaker, Nikki is able to dunk that Rainmaker onto the checkpoint and get through that checkpoint in that first push.
Yeah, Zoyo very much with a patient play, taking more and more control, but right now everybody's defending. Very nice trade right there. Megaphone is going to get the rip-up, but we're in a 2v2 and is able to snipe the jetpack. That is controlled back in the hands of Megaphone. With 2 minutes left, Zoyo has they managed to break the checkpoint, but they need to get a huge lead in now.
Yeah, that was a nice Reef Slider, but using that wall to stop it and to buy some time to get out of the way, that prevented the Reef Slider from doing any damage, especially since I believe that is 2 splash walls on the side of Zoyo, so they look like they do want to use those walls to give themselves some space and also potentially to stop pushes from the Rainmaker and to just get in the way. But that hasn't really worked out so far, as there hasn't really been any walls in the way of the pushes that Megaphone are making. And now that they have picked up the Rainmaker once again, the two go down on the side of Megaphone, so they're holding onto the Rainmaker, but they can't really push in just yet. Trying to put some pressure on, there's Ellis diving in, as the Tetras are wont to do, but the Tacticooler buff is there for the side of Zoyo, and so they're able to get into those fights and hold on, keeping the Rainmaker from moving until right now.
Megaphone losing a lot of players right there. They are going to have to give all the ground back to Zoyo. Zoyo have 1 minute to make that attack work now. They are already getting in there. The Rainmaker going across the map. We are now on the other platform, and with 3 players down! 3 players down, Squidoku, this is the way in! The lead! Oh!
That was the opportunity for Zoyo, but with that Slatana Stamper still standing in the way, that just wasn't enough for Zoyo to take the lead. They made it to the 28 remaining mark, and now they're getting punished with 3 going down. That's a full wipeout, and Megaphone looked to hold on to the lead, the 1-point lead with 10 seconds left in this first game.
That was so close. Megaphone able to hold that control, dancing in the big bubble, and knowing that they saved it by a hair, by nothing. What a game! Almost an incredible comeback by Zoyo, but Megaphone able to simply stop that in the nick of time. Whew. And that's just game 1. That is just game 1, Squidoku.
Wow, yeah. That was a really good push towards the end from Zoyo. It just came up 2 points too short. They would have needed to get it to 26, only making it to 28, I believe. Not quite enough, but that looked really good, and it definitely looks like they'll be able to put up a fight for the rest of this set, as the next stage that we move on to is Clam Blitz, where the teams will be playing... Sorry, the next stage is Crableg Capital, where they will be playing Clam Blitz.
Yep, it's such a different dynamic from the previous game. I can't tell really what's going to happen, because on Museum Rainmaker, with a single jump, you are on the opponent's platform. You are in with 1 jump from the spinner in mid. In here, getting into enemy territory, getting into where you start making actual points, you need to push deep. You need to push strong, either through the grades or through the block jump or through that tiny ramp that constantly has a bomb in it. These teams are going to need their tools to push. We haven't seen much of those in the previous game, because you didn't need the tools to push, you needed the tools to fight. In here, you're going to need the tools to break a good defense. So I expect teams to change the way they play, and given how close they were in game 1, game 2 is going to be one to watch as well.
Oh yeah, I'm excited to see the pencils. I expect to come back, as they are so strong. But I wonder if either team might spice it up a little bit, try to go for a long range Splatling to hold on. Like I know that a Hydra Splatling can be pretty strong on Crableg, especially with all of those greats. But I honestly doubt that either of these teams will take the pencil away. Yeah, it looks like something similar coming out from the side of Zoyo, and the same thing on Megaphone. But Usnipe has switched to the Mint Decavitator off of the Splatling. They've gone for a 2 bubble team comp this time.
If one of these bubble is put under the basket, that is a huge push for Megaphone. And right now they get 2 players down already. They could get their way in. All they need is the clan. Usnipe already up there, ready to get in there with 5 clams. And it's dodging, activating the bubbler and punishing the jump, that is huge right there. All of Megaphone can simply push in now. As the snipe is finally punished, the rest of the team has taken a lot of control over the map. The rest of the team forgot to pick up clams, and that means they couldn't push Squidoku.
Yeah, that's what I was noticing. They didn't have the clams. Usnipe had 5 of them, but the rest of the team had next to none. And so that push with Usnipe's bubble there, despite how impressive it looked, it didn't actually lead to any points getting scored. But now Tapu Lele has that bubble up themselves with the Zinc Mini Splatling, and they're holding on to 4 clams as well, trying to pick up a couple more that are there. And now with more getting tossed in by teammates, they have 7, but that's not enough. They need 1 more, and only there it is. There's that last clam, but now the bubble is gone, and the other team is moving in. Zoyo able to defend, but not quite actually. They're getting taken out, 2 of them, it looked like, by Ellis, and that allows Megaphone to start scoring. However, it doesn't look like they will have much to follow up. Oh, I stand corrected. That pencil getting in, and oh, another power clam! That is a good score for that first push.
Yep, very, very nice first push. Megaphone, they took their time. They were there before they had the ball. They took the time to build a power clam while under the basket of Zoyo. That has to be pretty rough for Zoyo, but Zoyo, if they're able to collect clams a bit faster, they could outpace Megaphone right there. Now, there's 1 down on each side. It's all on Zoyo to win the next fight.
Yeah, that's right, but already having that numbers disadvantage, that 52 gal going down without the Tacticooler buff, taking so long to respawn, I'm not sure if anyone's running Respawn Punisher, but it looked like that might be the case just from how long it took to spawn back in. Unless they were just waiting for the right time. But now, being able to put together that push oh so quickly, Zoyo do manage to score a power clam, and now diving in from the side, that 52 gal is getting that pick there, and now with 3 down on the side of Megaphone, Zoyo have some clams going in. I see one more right there. That'll be the last one they need to take the lead, and oh, throwing the power clam! It bumps against the basket the first time, but able to get it in. That does bring that score down to 30, and that means a lot more work to do for Megaphone Telephone on their next push, especially considering that they have once again gone 3 down, only that pencil left alive, and now with the Crab Tank from Jasmine able to hold the space on Megaphone's plat, that will allow even another push from Zoyo, especially with those 2 power clams that they already have.
I mean, Zoyo, their push was faster. They had less control off of their push, but they managed to keep that control. And look at that, more clams going into the basket. They're not stopping. They have an extra ball. If that ball goes in, this could be the end of the game, Squidoku. But finally, Megaphone able to defend, able to push things away. Zoyo, after getting pummeled at the start of the game, and now in full control, getting more and more off of his game.
I'm amazed that Jasmine was able to dive in, get one of the power clams in, the one they were holding, and then pick up the one that was blinking as it was about to disappear and score that one too, bringing that score down to 25 points remaining and giving Megaphone Telephone an even bigger push that they need to make, scoring a few more points, as now we are in the last minute, but with 2 going down on the side of Zoyo, Megaphone Telephone are holding onto a power clam. I'm not sure if that is the pity clam. No, it is not. They do still have the pity clam under their basket, but they're going to need more than that if they want to take the lead, but the jump does get camped by that Kraken. However, the Kraken gets punished, and now with the Zinc Mini Splatling out, they're only going to have 1 bubble for the time being, since they have so much longer, only 36% or so of the way to their special. Using those other specials to try and get in, Ellis does get taken out. The jump is able to bring the power clam in, but with that complete wipeout, that is the end of that push. And so it looks like Zoyo are going to be able to take this. Megaphone not winning that overtime push to take the lead.
Yeah, very nice game number 2 by Zoyo. Megaphone were playing right at the start of this game until they realized they needed to pick up clams. And then they lost so much time in their own push, trying to pick up the clams, trying to get some control and to keep the clans in, and they were able to still get a very good push by all measure, given the fact that they had pretty much 0 clams as they started the push. But then Zoyo picked up the pace, and once Zoyo had control over the map, they kept that control, and they kept bringing more and more and more clams. And Zoyo didn't have that problem. Zoyo constantly had a super clam popping left and right, ready to be thrown at the basket. Very nice comeback by Zoyo. We are now 1-1, and it's on Megaphone to adapt now, to find the answer as we are going on to a good old classic, which is Splat Zones on Hagglefish Market.
Yeah, this is definitely among the maps that were introduced in Splatoon 3, especially those that were at the start of the game. Hagglefish, and in particular Hagglefish Splat Zones, is one that has always been relatively favored. It's a balanced map. It's not too complicated. It's got those side routes to watch out for, and it's one that these teams will be plenty familiar with. So we'll be excited to see what they bring. I have a feeling that Megaphone Telephone are probably not going to stick with the double bubble. I feel like Usnipe might bring back a Stamper instead of that Decapitator, but you never know.
Yeah, and I mean, both Stampers are incredibly good on these maps, so I wouldn't be surprised. Though a bubbler, every time I see a big bubbler coming onto this map, the team that brings it is able to capture the zone. Every time the bubbler is activated, the team with that bubbler gets the zone for free, pretty much, because you can paint from the zone without much fear, and without fear of the huge backliner that is so important on this map. Bringing double bubbler, as you said, like unlikely to come back again. That didn't work in Clan Blitz. That's not going to work in zones. And not much of a change on the side of Zoyo. On the side of Megaphone, the Cavitator is staying, but the Neo Splash is coming.
Yeah, both teams switching to that Neo Splash, with Jasmine switching off of the V Splash and Tapu Lele switching off of the Zinc Mini Splatling. I was right that they would go back down to a single bubble, but I was wrong about who would switch their weapon. So no more Zinc Mini Splatling here. Instead, Usnipe has stuck with that Decapitator and is getting into a fight already, able to get that pick onto DDX Arcsine. But that it doesn't mean that they have that push going, because Zoyo are still putting down more paint on the zone here. Even as the Tri-Strikes are coming down, they're not going down on the zone, but there's that bubble, and like you said, it allows Megaphone to take the zone right away. Don't forget, the bubble now actually puts down some paint itself, so even popping the bubble can be enough to flip the zone, in addition to a bit of other paint from the rest of the team.
Yeah, on this map, if you activate bubble onto the zone, you get the zone. That's simple as that. But Zoyo is coming back into the fight now. Oh, as I say that, they lose 2 players. Megaphone having to dodge the Kraken, but very much in control of the zone still. That Kraken is not going to find a spot. He's going to allow the strikes to come in. The strikes are not enough to apply penalty for Squiddercoo. And with another big bubbler, Megaphone are staying in control with just 20 ticks left onto the zone. This looks like a huge problem for Zoyo.
Yeah, especially losing that Neo Splash, which can provide so much paint here. That could be it. Not enough time for Zoyo to retake the zone, and that means that Game 3 goes to Megaphone, putting the momentum back on their favor.
Yep. I mean, full control by Megaphone there. Once they were on the zone, once they took that control over the map, they did not let things go. They were able to maintain that control throughout the rest of the game. Zoyo not able to get a single push onto Megaphone has to be pretty worrying. But again, it's all different, each map, each mode. This time we're going on Tower and we're going on Mako. If Hagglefish is the renowned classic flat map, Mako has to be the classic map with lots of ledges.
Oh yeah. The ledges are the key here. We haven't seen any sloshers or rollers from either team in this set, I believe. And so those two classes being fairly strong here on Mako Mart, I wonder if they're going to switch, if they even have players who are confident on those, or if they are going to stick to what they've been bringing so far.
Yeah, it's. I mean, both these teams have done small adjustment of changing a weapon each game to fit the map and the mode. I expect we're going to see more of that, especially if these teams have a decent blaster player. I mean, Mako Tower Control has to be the if you have a blaster in your pocket, this is where you bring it. You have to.
Yeah, that's another good point. The blasters, especially considering that this is tower control, all that AoE damage is very, very effective. But I feel like this tower control also is a pretty decent mode to bring Mint Decapitator onto, because the suction bombs can stick to the tower, and the bubble is also a good map for getting the tower through checkpoints. So I wonder if Usnipe is going to stick with that bubble, or even if they're going to try again with the double bubble comp, even though it didn't work out for them on Clan Blitz.
Yep. We'll see how these teams adapt. Oh, we are back to the Vanilla Splash, I think. I think I have to see. Yeah, it's Vanilla Splash for Jasmine. Meanwhile, Usnipe is bringing the custom Range Blaster.
Yeah. And they've gone down to 0 bubbles, actually, for this one. But the Kraken is another special that is extremely valuable for holding the tower. And Megaphone able to get those Tri-Strikes out very early, and whereas Zoyo, they don't have the Tri-Strikes as they switch back to that Vanilla Splash-O-Matic. But 1 going down, 2 going down on each team. That's 3 down on Zoyo, but they are coming back with that Tactic Cooler buff. However, with the pencil on the tower, it does go down, as well as Usnipe jumping in to it. So that means that the push is stopped at 88 remaining, and that allows Zoyo to start a first push of their own.
Yeah, Megaphone, they wanted to take that tower a bit too early. They paid the price from the grab, but I mean, Zoyo also attacking a bit too fast gets punished, as all of Megaphone is back forward. These two teams are answering blow for blow right now. We are back to checkpoint 1 for Megaphone. They're going to get through it this time, and they are going to get even more thanks to the strikes. They are getting to checkpoint number 2 now.
Yeah, they are. A little bit of a potential miscommunication jumping on and off the tower, or they just decide it wasn't safe to stay on as that stack gets taken from both sides. But using the Kraken to get revenge means that the only one left alive is that pencil on the side of Zoyo. That's Nikki, the only one to survive there. But the tower is going to keep moving a little bit longer, as long as they can actually continue to keep somebody on it. Though getting 3 players in that area means that 2 of them go down to that multi-pronged approach. Now with Jasmine bringing out this crab tank, that does clear out a bit more space and forces Megaphone to retreat to their plat.
Yep, and that's a very nice push there by Megaphone. Now Zoyo needs to match it. They're already on the tower getting to that first checkpoint, but they lose 2 players. They haven't been able to touch checkpoint 1, and we're almost halfway through the game, Squidoku.
Yeah, almost at the halfway mark indeed. But, that crab tank trying to get something done, but not able to see the blaster coming from behind, and not able to get any callouts of it from their teammates, I would guess, because no one was there watching that angle. But now 2 going down here. That's another pick here from that 52 gal, able to go in and slay, but staying alive even. Not quite getting the splat as the last player jumps out, but that does clear the space for the tower to get to the first checkpoint, and they get through it very quickly, right away. and now it's the points ticking down. This could be a change of the lead unless the tri-strikes are coming out to prevent it. One goes down, Nikki goes down to the strikes, delaying those strikes, spreading them out, and that allows the tower to be stopped. But now, with Zoyo getting back onto it, they do manage to take the lead as they make it to that second checkpoint.
They take the lead, but just by a single point. Oh wait, 2 down onto Megaphone. It's not stopping. The push is still going as Zoyo is pushing forward. They want that game number 5, and they are doing everything they can to get it. 37 is where it's going to stop, for Jasmine is alone in the crab tank. They have to move away.
Yeah, they wanted to get more points in that push, but Jasmine, with a little bit of help, is able to win that fight. However, Usnipe bringing out the Kraken. Now, Megaphone are on the back foot here. They need to score down to 36 remaining. They need to get part of the way through that second checkpoint. But even though Zoyo tried to get some more points, that put them into a weaker position as they went a few players down, 3 down even, and they had to regroup, and they basically gave up all of mid. But now that Kraken coming in to take out 2 players from Megaphone, that's going to give, even as a third goes down, Zoyo are once again in control of mid here, and they can play a little bit more patiently. They can just work to hold onto mid and prevent Megaphone from pushing in. However, with one going down, this could be another chance for Megaphone to come back.
Yeah, 25 seconds left. Megaphone needs to make this work, needs to do everything they can to get in. Ellis throwing the bombs at the crab tank. The crab tank is going to delay that final push a little bit longer, but now with 10 seconds left, it's do or die for Megaphone. Here comes the strikes, here comes the Kraken to try to stop things. That Kraken is pushed away, but not enough. The Kraken stops the tower.
Yeah, the Kraken bouncing on and off the tower happened to be on it just at the right time to prevent overtime. So that gives the game to Zoyo, and it brings us to a game 5 here in the winners finals.
Yep, game number 5. That's... I mean, these 2 teams are going the distance. These 2 teams are showing us how good Battle Pool is tonight, and they've had different strategy. We've seen every mode, we've seen such variety in map. Now we are going back to Rainmaker, this time on Humpback Pump Track, and given how close these 2 teams were on Rainmaker, I mean, it's very much a coin toss between these 2 teams.
Oh yeah, absolutely. These teams going at it, they are going to... We're going to see if this Rainmaker game is just as exciting. I have confidence that both of these teams will be good enough that they won't succumb to an early knockout, as can happen here on Rainmaker. But I'm eager to see, as it's relatively easy to get to the checkpoint, and it often just boils down to how far past it you're able to get.
Yeah. First checkpoint, formality, but a formality that you need to go through. Where things get saucy, where things get interesting is past that checkpoint. Going into that street, you can get a KO in a matter of seconds. But the opponent is shooting at you the whole way. A single bomb can stop your run through that street. And both teams know that. Both teams have the tools to get in. Will we see a bubbler back? I mean, the Decapitator could work pretty well here, and Usnipe has been changing weapon time after time. We'll see what goes, but here comes the tiebreaker of the winners final. This is for the spot in Grands.
Yeah, winner goes to Grand, loser goes to loser's bracket, and that is Usnipe back on the Stamper and Tapu Lele back on the Zinc Mini Splatling. It looks like Zoyo in our hearts has been sticking with that same team composition with the 52 Gal and the 96 Deco, and so the pop, it does appear, goes to Zoyo in our hearts. However, Megaphone Telephone are already there. They have that bubble and the tactical are set up, but they're getting surrounded here. Two going down on both teams. Jasmine out in front, trying to paint, getting up there with that crab tank, but U-Snipe does not manage to shred it. And so Zoyo always in our hearts. They have the Rainmaker dropping it down into that side area, shooting out a Rainmaker shot to try and get a pick. And now, early on, Zoyo in our hearts does get to that checkpoint. But now the question is, how far can they get it now?
Well, I think this is the end of that push from Zoyo. Megaphone is back with the Rainmaker in hand, preparing their attack. Here comes the Kraken from the 96 gun right here. That's not going to find... Okay, it's going to find the Rainmaker and stop the attack with 2 down onto Megaphone. We're back to a stalemate for mid now. Both teams are going to try to get things going.
Yeah. Kraken can pretty easily get that pick, especially on the slow-moving Rainmaker. But that is 2 going down to U-Snipe, who does go down himself, but that also is 2 down on the side of Megaphone. But the Reef Slider is able to make some space at least, and now with that checkpoint down for Megaphone as well, that means that the checkpoint is down for both teams, and that's 3 down on the side of Megaphone.
Megaphone not respecting the crab there, paying the price. The crab is still incredibly strong, and that's why Zoyo are going to get the next push. Thanks to that, they are struggling to get past that elbow. They're struggling to get in there, and Megaphone able to end the push again. Not much points inflicted upon them. The Bumbler is used, every special is used. This is not over with the Kraken. That's going to be a pop for Zoyo.
Yeah, I almost lost track of whose side was whose with that Kraken coming from behind. I don't know if they took the ultra long flank all the way around the left side, but that allowed that Kraken to get in from behind. Unfortunately, though, for Zoyo, that Kraken wasn't able to actually enable a longer push, and so the Rainmaker does get stopped at 53. Everyone on Megaphone is in front of it, and they allow it to just sit there. I believe they are going for the reset, but they are they are going for the reset, and they successfully managed to do so. 2 going down on both teams, and now it'll have to get popped again for either team to start another push.
Yep, and right now it looks like the rip-up is going to be for Megaphone. They're waiting for the rest of the team to regroup. I mean, they know they need a big push if they want to make it work right now. That's 1 pick onto the 96. It looks like there is a path for Megaphone. They have their way in, and the lead isn't that big. If they're able to get through, they should, but the 52 is in there trying to get the pick. They get it, and the Rainmaker stays in lead again with 1 minute and 20 seconds left. This looks like very much an uphill battle for Megaphone.
Yeah, I'm impressed that Ellis was able to survive jumping in like that as the pencil jumped out. They don't survive for much longer, though. I don't think Megaphone were set up for a successful push because they used that Reef Slider and the Zipcaster both just to clear the space around the checkpoint, and they weren't able to make it any farther. But now Nikki carrying the Rainmaker over that right side. The rest of the enemy team, though, Megaphone, were able to collapse onto it, but now it's in a pretty tough spot for Megaphone Telephone. Jasmine bringing out that crab tank to prevent the opposing team from getting at it, and able to take out the pencil, taking out Furalise, but Jasmine does go down in exchange for it. And now in the last 30 seconds here, Megaphone Telephone will need to put together that push. It'll start in mid here as the Rainmaker resets, but the 52 gal is still there, is still putting on the pressure. Are they going to be able to... Oh, they do go down though, and Megaphone Telephone might have a chance.
Yep, this is do or die right now. U-Snipe getting to with the Zipcaster, and that's the third one. The lead is taken in the nick of time. Right now, Megaphone getting a lead of 28. Zoyo suddenly need to get an overtime right now. There's still a Stamper and a Tetris right under their nose. That's going to be a rough one, but they know they have to They have to, and they already bring the Rainmaker right there. They have their way, and with 2 down onto Megaphone, they could very much do it.
Yeah, they're moving it forward, but there's that Reef Slider. The Reef Slider doesn't get the pick on the Rainmaker and goes down instead. There's a Kraken coming out from Arcstein that doesn't actually get any picks, it appears, and so now the Kraken has run out. There are no specials ready on the side of Zoyo, and so they don't have what they can put in any pressure with. There's a bubble there in the way from Megaphone Telephone, but the Zipcaster U-Snipe coming in from behind, getting 1 pick, looking for another, does go down instead. There's only 15 ticks left on the Rainmaker. It's now or never. They have no time left. Ellis diving in from behind and gets the pick.
What an ending. This went the distance. Zoyo almost able to get it back. So close. Both of these two teams were so close to grand finals, but in the end, Megaphone Telephone Gianluigi Buffon is going to be the team that pulls through, survives this grand final, this winners finals, and get their spot into grands.
That they will. Such a close back and forth set in a close back and forth game in a close back and forth set. Even though the lead didn't really change hands a whole lot, it still did change hands, and it was a very intense final game there.
Yeah, very, very intense. But Squidoku, winners finals is not the end of the tournament. We are going to watch more of this wonderful battling pool as we now go watch the losers side of this tournament, of the other bracket. And there is like other incredible teams that we want to see. We will see that right after this very short break. And welcome back to Battling Pool 285. We are here now on the loser side, this time on loser semis. We are back into a best of 3, which is going to be a rough one for these two teams fighting to get into losers finals. We saw earlier on stream Onobono kind of loner, I guess. And on the other side, Symphony managed to make their way here. And yeah, we'll see how these two teams are able to do against each other. They only have 3 games to do so, Squidoku.
Yeah, down in the losers bracket, these are best of 3, so lose 2 and you are out. These will be relatively quicker sets here, but for this one, we will be starting off with Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime.
Yep, Clam Blitz on here. I mean, this wide open map gives a lot of power to range, but the team that's able to really get in there, get these plats, and get forward with the clams will get the victory. We saw clams earlier, Squidoku, and your ability of the team to pick up clams is still relevant even at that level.
Yeah, managing that clam economy is such an important part of Clam Blitz. It really is the key here, because being able to push is one thing and being able to score is something slightly different. Once again, we do have both teams bringing a pencil, and that's once again we see that Tetras and Stamper combo, this time paired up with the splatter shot on the side of Symphony.
I mean, you said it yourself earlier, it's Tetris' season. Julies are getting more and more popular, so all the Tetris main are back at their favorite weapon, trying to get in, but right now it's not working, as Obo is simply going forward, getting the splats, and they're already getting in. The carbon is going to be punished, but it's very much a last-ditch defense for Symphony right there, able to push things away from their basket, but what a push by Onobono.
Yeah, there's that Trizuka coming out from Banivator here, but now we see a Trizuka coming back. That's coming from the Carbon Roller on the side of Onobono, and now with 2 down on Symphony, it looks like they are going to have to defend here, and that first score does go to Onobono, putting in that second power clam. Even though that Slosher does go down, they are able to get right to that 60-point remaining mark, and even though the basket is about to reset, those scores are good, because if Symphony are able to match that won't be enough for the lead.
Yep, pretty good, especially since Onobono were able to not lose that much of the map as they were getting the push. As I say, that Slasher is getting in and forcing everything to go back right now. Symphony going in there, the Reef Slider getting under the basket, but that's not enough, and with 2 down now, Symphony has to give the ground back. They won't be able to score their clams in yet, especially since they lost their super clam in the process. Not their pity, but they lost the clams that they had that they wanted to put in.
Yeah. But now that power clam from Onobono is going to disappear, and as Symphony themselves are collecting more clams, that is the Stamper going down, and the Slosher on Onobono is coming around from the side, looking to get some flank going on, but they get taken out by Slasher here, even as those Dark Tetras do go down, and Onobono are able to hold on to all of that space in front of their choke point.
Yep, right now Onobono has back a lot of the map as Pan is going in there with the Slosher, trying to maintain the pressure. Guam able to keep themselves alive, but not able to assist the rest of the team. As I say, that Symphony is still able to hold their ground pretty well, and their Tetras are still trying to push in and get some more ground.
Yeah, those Tetras diving in, but not able to survive much longer. Slasher over there sharking on the side as that crab tank is finished. Slasher trying to get the pick and managed to splat Punchy. However, that doesn't prevent Onabona from scoring, but it does lead to a wipeout, and so now Symphony has the opportunity to start scoring. They have 2 power clams plus some more in their possession. Slasher diving in with that Zipcaster to try and get something done, but Punchy is back up, holding that snipe area and able to prevent the score from Symphony as 2 players go down, and Banivator holding onto that power clam, able to charge up that Trizuka and looking for a place to use it maybe. There is 3 players right there, but they all disperse right as soon as the Zuka is popped, and it only manages to get 1 pick on Pen with Sally coming in, using that Carbon to get the pick on those Tetras, and then going for more, still surviving a little bit longer, but then gets taken out by Banivator.
And Skudoku, this was the second time Symphony managed to push almost to the basket, but not completely. They are struggling right there as Punchy is still getting in, still pushing them away. Onabona looking in that last minute to get more push, to get more action. As I say that the Carbon is down, that is their main fighting option, and now Symphony are going in. Slasher getting in there, it's 3 down onto Onabona, and that big push is finally happening. They get the lead with 30 seconds left, the Rift Slider right in the spawn. It's absolute chaos, Skudoku.
Oh, this is huge for Symphony. They managed to get that score. All of those picks coming in their favor, able to hold the space. They want to score even more here. The basket is going to go back up just before they can get that power clam in, but with only 10 seconds remaining, they are still holding on to that space. They haven't been wiped. They still have the pressure on. Sally going in and getting the pick on those Tetras, but it isn't going to be enough. They have the Pity Clam, but Slasher is in their court. Guam jumping in, trying to throw the power clam, and manages to score, ending overtime immediately.
What a game by Symphony. They were struggling to get under that basket, but here's why. They wanted to make it count. They wanted that one big push with all the clans to stop things, to give them that huge lead. Incredible push by Symphony, really able to break the dam and get everything.
Yeah, huge push for Symphony. Very well done on them, holding strong and holding on until they only managed to start scoring in the last minute. And making it all count, getting 73 or 76 points or so in that last push, and managing to turn the whole game around right there at the end.
Yeah, another reminder that in Splatoon, your biggest push is what matters. Your biggest play of the game is what matters. Symphony showing that. Yeah, you need that one big push. You can be behind the whole game. It doesn't matter if you're able to get that one big push where everything goes your way, where you make sure that all the clams go in. Then you just need to wait for overtime and get a super jump with the ball. And that's how Symphony sealed this game, really. By playing the mode. Onabona, they had the map for most of the game, but Symphony had the mode right there.
Yeah, that is exactly it. And now these teams will be looking ahead to tower control on Hagglefish Market as they prepare for Game 2.
Yeah, Game 2 on... I mean... We saw a Hagglefish earlier. We always see Hagglefish. This time on tower control. Another classic again. Pushing with a tower right there. The 2 big choke points are the first 2 checkpoints. I've seen teams struggle to get past the first checkpoint, and it depends a lot on the what meta is currently. Some teams are very good at defending that first checkpoint. Here, as teams are able to dive more and more again, I would expect teams to get to the second one, to get in there, especially with a Zipcaster on the side of Symphony. Like, you always have that opportunity to push deep into enemy territory and make sure that you have the tower further in. As we say that, let's see what these teams are bringing, and I don't see a change in composition.
Yeah, it looks like both teams are sticking with the same weapons that they brought before. And I see, yeah, the Tetras are running a lot of quick respawn here, which is natural for that Tetras, the weapon that wants to dive in. There's that early Crab Tank coming out from Punchy, trying to hold onto that space in mid, and trying to survive that Trizuka from Banivator, who isn't able to get anything with it. Slasher poking in there through mid, but two players from Onabona getting onto the tower, even as 3 go down on the side of Symphony, and Guam the only one left alive for a moment, but the Tetras able to get in behind. It doesn't amount to anything though. Symphony need to set up over on that side, but the Tri-Strikes flush out anything coming from there. Slasher goes down over the edge, trying to stop the tower, and Onabona are putting together a very strong early push here.
Yeah, Onabona not stopping right there. Tomieko still on that tower, getting an extra plat and keeping the checkpoint active. That's going to checkpoint number 2. We're only in the end of the first minute, Squidoku, and Onabona is answering incredibly strong with 2 players down. It's going to get to the final, and that's an early KO. What an answer!
That was impressive. 100-0 in less than 100 seconds. I think the clock was like 3:46 when the caution tape flew, and that was fast. That was fast. That was organized, and Symphony just could not put together a defense. They didn't have. They didn't have it. It looked like they were diving in one at a time, and they were going down one at a time. And that loop of feeding and staggering again just was not enough for them to actually stop the tower.
Yeah, Symphony very much relying on their 2 diving players with the Stamper and the Tetras to not make mistakes, to be on point mechanically, to make sure that them going in constantly pays off, gives them value. Right there, Onabona were able to shut down these 2, and from then on, once these 2 were shut down over and did not manage to get the value that they wanted, really Onabona was able to simply move forward, wait for the next attack, and stop it again. Really, I mean, that was complete mastery of tower control on this map. That was really taking control of each step of the map, one after the other, and making sure that everything was on lock and everybody was in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah, and now as we move to another game of Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, I think this looks really good for Onabona, especially considering that they have been using a Slosher and a Carbon Deco. Sloshers and Rollers, again, being really good weapons on Humpback, too. We mentioned Mako Mart before, but Humpback, it has all of those rounded surfaces and those places across the center of the map where those elevation changes can make a huge difference.
Yeah, it's as you said, especially in the middle of the map, Carbon and Slush will have a huge advantage, which will profit Onabona right there. But on the other side, we see a heavy edit coming. Neither team is bringing the pencil back. Tomieko is bringing the zap. On the other side, it's a heavy edit. Other than that, not much of a change. One thing to note though, once you reach the street, once you are in the street, a Reef Slider can do a lot of damage, can pretty much give you a path.
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh, that is 3 down on the side of Onabona, and now that is an early first checkpoint, 25 seconds as they break through, and now they're going to try to pop it again. No one is coming from behind from Onabona. There is no Reef Slider ready just yet, just the Trizuka, but the Trizuka is coming from an off angle and trying to help. Sally was able to dive in and get the trade on the Rainmaker, stalling out that push a little bit more. Pen trying to get the pick on Slasher, and Slasher goes down while trying to escape. Guam out there with that edit. They had that cooler, starting to charge up a new one, but now with 3 down on the side of Symphony, this is the time for Onabona's first push. Slasher coming out here behind them, diving for the Rainmaker, not able to get a pick on it just yet, and going down to those tri-strikes, but the Rainmaker does get taken out here. I believe it was those Tetras who got it, but getting that wipeout means that Onabona, they're going to get that Rainmaker to the checkpoint. It's good for Symphony that Onabona didn't manage to get it on that previous push, because then that wipeout could have been so much worse, but now it is actually turning out worse as that Rainmaker gets down to 36 remaining. Punchy is the only one left alive here, but now Symphony are going to be able to regroup here, perhaps, unless they go down like that, with Punchy managing to hold their ground here and stay alive as those weapons and those bombs come in from the side of Symphony. The rest of Onabona is getting in, and they want to push the Rainmaker even further. Sally going down, but Symphony do manage to pick it up. That is Guam, who takes the Rainmaker, and they get around behind. They do go down trying to take that fight there with Tommy Echo, and Tommy Echo survives, able to get that cooler out and survive that Reef Slider, but Slasher gets 2 with the Zipcaster, and looking for another, trying to make that space for the rest of the team for Symphony to try and push the Rainmaker themselves.
The fight is going into mid with Punchy activating the Crab Tank. We'll see more power for Onabona right there. Slasher trying to get a bit more is going to get called, so will be the Tetras, and that's going to be one more opportunity for Onabona. They have a Rainmaker, they are going to that elbow. They know that this lead is not safe, because no lead is safe. They want more points.
Oh yeah, they want more points indeed. Sally diving in, but goes down to that Trizuka from Banivator. Oh, but that is even more points. They do manage to get it to 22 remaining, but that is with a wipeout on them. And so now Symphony, they have another chance. They are painting up in mid. Guam has once again picked up the Rainmaker. It doesn't look like they'll be getting Tacticolers because of it. And Sally coming back, able to get the quad. I think Sally did get that quad there, and that completely changes the momentum back in favor of Onabona, who will be once again, this time I think they have their sights on the knockout. Tommy Echo diving in, dropping the Rainmaker there right in that street, but Guam going down to Sally. Sally has been running wild with this Carbon Roller, just going absolutely nuts. And with that, those Tetras diving in from behind, that Rainmaker goes down all the way to 8 points remaining.
8 points right there, and I mean Sally is still around. Sally is still shocking. They don't know. Okay, now Sally is moving away. Onabona maintaining that incredible pressure right there. Symphony not really able to do much. They are able to drop that Rainmaker away, give themselves a breather, but they have 1 minute to do the impossible. They pretty much need to get a KO right now.
Yeah, it's not that far, but they don't need exactly a KO, they just need to get to 7 remaining. However, that is still a tall order. Guam once again holding the Rainmaker and not able to provide more Tacticoolers while they do. So either they win or the Rainmaker gets taken out or blows up. And until that point, Symphony isn't going to get any more Tacticoolers because it is, again, Guam who's holding the Rainmaker. Those Tetras, they do go down, and the pressure is getting put on. Sally gets taken out, and so does the Slosher player on the side of Onabona. But now, with the Rainmaker going down, and as well as Banivator, that means there's only 15 seconds left. And in these last 15 seconds, Onabona, they have all of that space around the Rainmaker. They have so much control, and looks like with the seconds ticking down, Onabona have secured their ticket into losers finals.
Yep, and Onabona, they conceded game number 1, but they were able to come in incredibly strong in game number 2, especially, but also in game number 3, sealing their way onto losers finals, freeing themselves of the best of 3 problem. And now, I mean, Sally absolutely shredding in that game. That was incredible. All the time Sally was there to get a splat.
Yeah. Onabona Kainalona have made it to losers finals.
Yep, losers finals, which is the set that we will watch right after this break, as teams are already waiting for us in the lobby. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paddling Pool 285. Here we see on the screen the teams that will be playing in the losers finals here, competing for a chance to go into the grand finals. We have a rematch between Zoyo Always in Our Hearts and Onabona Kainalona. Earlier in this bracket, and in fact on stream, we saw that winners bracket match between these two teams. That was in the winners semifinals, where Zoyo Always in Our Hearts took that 3-0 win over Onabona Kainalona. And I am Squidoku again, and I am here with Pat, who will be bringing us into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's now time to go to Tower Control. We just saw Onabona play Tower Control on this map. They are hot on this. They know exactly what to do. They are incredibly strong there. But this time they are going against Zoyo. The teams that 3-0'd them earlier. We'll see if Onabona has learned from that defeat, if they're able to do better right now. And here goes the first fight.
Yep, that first fight in mid. Both teams putting down lots of paint around the tower. No splats, no players going down just yet. Bringing out some specials, the Tacticooler, but there is that first pick. Pen going down, as well as Jasmine. No, not Jasmine. The player on the splash player on the side of Onabona. It is Jasmine, on the other hand, is on Rapid Blaster Deco here for Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, after having been on Splash a whole lot earlier. Oh, that's a disconnect.
Yep. That's a disconnect. That's an early reset for Onabona. Hey, you lose a player fast. At least it happened in the first minute. It happened before the first push. No harm, no foul. We're all good here.
Yep. Just gonna have to wait a little bit to bring them back in. I hope it's not anything too serious.
Yeah, player should be back in pretty soon right there, I hope. And yeah, looks like they're already back in. So we'll restart the game and we'll see what these teams are able to do. But yeah, honestly, in the opening, these two teams were pretty even. The fight was going well. Like, both teams were getting the picks, but not much. Were holding their ground. That disconnect allowed Zoyo to go forward. But if Onabona is able to repeat that opening, we are pretty much even between these two teams right now.
Yeah, we are. That was a pretty even opening, as you say. And I expect it'll go similarly as we are getting right back into it.
Yet here we go. No, I mean, we're still with the comps that these teams have been playing. We didn't mention that Jasmine has switched to the Rapid Blaster Deco, which is a pretty fun weapon. Pretty nice inkjet option. And goes well with very much like the mid-range aggro, always to your side, always forcing you to look to the side that Zoyo is playing.
Yeah, and being a blaster, it's well suited for tower control, being able to put that AoE on. And there Jasmine is jumping out though as Onabona are diving forward, but now bringing out that Kraken from Benji Fishy here, who I believe was not actually subbed in the previous game that we saw from Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, but bringing them in there. Either not subbed in or playing with a different alias. I am not sure, but
That's the alias thing.
Right, yeah, that's how it always is.
Yeah, but right now it looks like Zoyo has the tower. They don't have the numbers, but they don't care because they have a crab tank. The crab tank is not enough when there's someone behind you right now. Zoyo is defending that tower, not letting it get to the first checkpoint, and with the Gao pushing forward right now, Onabona needs to defend their own side of the map.
Yeah, that is right. But now with Zoyo in our hearts getting that numbers advantage, Nikki holding onto the tower, that does mean the lead for Zoyo in our hearts. However, it is still only getting to that first checkpoint now. Nikki able to put pressure on that platform along range, and Onabona not having anything there that can fight from a distance. There's a good pick coming out from Jasmine using that Inkjet, but it isn't enough to stop the tower's momentum fully just yet. Wait a minute. Jasmine's on the attacking team. Excuse me.
Yep.
So they have the tower moving forward. You take it from me, Pat.
Yep, and right now, so you're trying to get to the second checkpoint. They have to fight around that tower. It's not going to be enough. Onabona able to stop the tower in its track right there. They lost the checkpoint in that push. They lost a lot. Now they need to go forward, and oh, they already lost their carbon roller. That's going to be a rough one. Nikki holding pretty strong for Zoyo right there. That's going to be another push for Zoyo, always in our hearts and always on the push.
Yeah, Zoyo, they might have lost their previous push, but they were able to regroup very quickly and prevent Onabona from getting a push of their own. Tommy Echo with on that pencil, able to push the player off of the tower and allow the teammate to come in. But Jasmine here trying to get in with that Inkjet, aiming for a pick, getting one, looking for another, but the Inkjet recall goes away quickly. There's another pick coming out, going one down for Onabona, with Zoyo in our hearts able to take the tower, and they're going to be looking to score more points. No one's on the tower now, but there is that jump. Nikki gets in, and now it's only Benji Fishy with that Kraken trying to score even more points and just stay on the tower. They get bumped off a little bit, but just being in the Kraken means that they aren't able to get a pick, and they do, after getting out of Kraken, they get a trade.
Yeah. The points stay at 38, but with a minute and a half left in the game, Onabona, they need to get forward right now, and it's not working. They lose 2 players again. They can't catch a break. They're struggling just to stay on their own side of the map. Zoyo are back on the attack, back forward, not stopping. And Zoyo again trying to get more points. They know what they want.
Yeah, it's been a long time since Zoyo were able since Zoyo let Onabona get a push of their own, and now they're pushed up even further, but Benji Fishy goes down to that tri-strike. I think that's 2 down to that tri-strikes over on that area under the tent, and now Onabona in the last minute of the game here are going to be looking for something more. Tommy Echo putting that Tacticooler up in front of the tower. It might be on the tower path, but the rest of the team is able to get it, or at least a couple players are. Jasmine jumping out to hold on to that life and some of that charge. Punchy's Crab Tank here trying to take space and trying to prevent Zoyo from getting in and stopping the tower, especially with those tri-strikes coming out as well. Onabona are pushing forward. They have that tower, getting that pick onto the player who is pushing it. Benji Fishy, though, able to use that Kraken and get one. Doesn't get another, though, and Onabona have the tower once again, but that goes 2 down, and now the blaster from Jasmine is what does it, and that area of effect finally coming in clutch and stopping that last push, so Zoyo, always in our hearts, managed to hold on.
I mean, it took 4 minutes and a half for Onabona to get forward and get a push, to get that first checkpoint. It took them 4 minutes and a half. Zoyo always in our hearts. At that point, only they needed to do was delay a little bit, deny a little bit, and with a Kraken, that's a pretty easy thing to do. You simply activate the Kraken, get in there. That was nice control by Zoyo right there, and one more game under their belts right now. Zoyo always in our heart are up 4-0 against Onabona.
Yeah. Taking the previous set and this one into consideration, that is 4-0. And if you're Onabona, you can't be thinking about that. You have to just look at the score for this set. Look at it 1-0. Just know that you need to win 3 games to win the set, and you just need 1 game to start getting there. And with the next game being Splat Zones on Museum de Alfonsino, what do you think Onabono will have to do to get this?
Onabono, I'm not even sure, but I feel like they need to look to the side. They need to pay better attention, because there was constantly a player from Zoyo's team that was flanking them, that was getting the pick that they did not expect. Onabono, they're not expecting to get attacked right there, but they keep getting attacked and they're not ready for that fight. They need to stay more as a group and be ready for the fight that Zoyo is bringing to them.
Yeah. I'm thinking that they really need to enable Sally here, because Sally was able to get that first pick there on the side on that 52 gal, but then when they tried to move forward into the zone, they just immediately got targeted and taken out by Nicky's pencil. And so we have that gal coming right back, fighting over here on the left side of the zone, able to get the pick on Pen. Oh, but even as they tried to go for Sally, the gal able to just calmly walk around and turn around and get that pick. And now with players down on both teams, the gal able to get another pick onto a player on Onabono's plat, and that allows Zoyo's Always in Our Hearts to take the lead, an early lead, as we finish the first minute of the game.
Yep, and right now Onabono is struggling onto their own platform. The jetpack is deployed by Jasmine, getting sniped by the pencil. The strikes are going to come through, and with 2 down, Onabono is going to get back control over the zone, and a pick onto the jumps in. That is very nice. This is what gives you control, and Onabono right now, they're looking pretty good. It looks like they're going to get back in the game, and as they're looking at the lead now.
Yeah, I noticed that sprinkler up on the spinner, probably thrown there by the pencil, and as the spinner is moving, it is putting down a little more paint, but with that pencil going down, I believe that is Nicky going down, that means no, that's not with a pencil on Onabono going down, that sprinkler is gone and not putting down any more paint. And now with Zoyo Always in Our Hearts having control of the zone, that means that they are going through their penalty points and they are going to try and retake the lead.
Yep, right now, very nice splat by Punchy. It looks like Zoyo is pretty close to the lead, but here comes the strikes. The strikes are not enough to stop the zone. Oh, but the other set of strike is neutralizing with 2 down onto Onabono, and 2 down on each side. The next team to put a little bit of ink on the zone will get the lead. That's for Zoyo. As Zoyo keeps the lead, no penalty, are making more and more points.
Yeah, excuse me, that the pencil on Onabono, that is Tommy Echo. And they do manage to help to take back the zone, even as Zoyo Always in Our Hearts have taken the lead here. Onabono are going to try and work through their own penalty points and try to take it back. This game has been going back and forth. It is not a quick win for either of these teams, and with Onabono having significant control over mid, that Benji Fishy coming around through that flank behind and getting the Kraken in, trying to get something done. Jasmine gets a pick on Tommy Echo. Benji Fishy trying to camp that jump, but the Kraken runs out before that, and so now with 2 players down on both sides, Punchy looking to dive the zone with those strikes coming out from Pen, that does allow Onabono to retake it. Pen getting that pick from underneath, able to put in so much damage with the slosher, but then goes down as well. And now with 1 down on both teams, Zoyo Always in Our Hearts will be looking to take back the zone. There's not a lot more penalty points left for Onabono here. Sally up on top mid, not really able to do anything from that location, but now all the penalty points are gone. 2 down on Zoyo in Our Hearts. Onabono have taken the lead back themselves.
Yeah, and the Kraken cannot point right there. Kraken and Jetpack are deployed. The rest of the team is desperately trying to get in. Here comes the strikes to keep the zone a little bit longer. 2 players down onto Onabono, but they don't care. They have enough paint and they get the game.
This is huge for Onabona. This is the first game that they have taken off of Zoyo in our hearts, and now the set is at 1-1. This is an even playing field here. Both teams both teams can absolutely manage to win this. If Onabona get 2 more games under their belt, they have found the crack in the armor, and they can continue to push this. But Zoyo always in our hearts, they will absolutely want to bounce right back.
They want to bounce back, but now, Squidoku, we are going on to Macomart. You know what weapon is very good on Macomart?
What weapon is very good on Macomart?
The Carbon Roller.
Oh yeah, that's right. Sally is probably going to be very, very excited for this, I would imagine, and so we'll have plenty of opportunities to make use of that Carbon Roller, and especially on Clam Blitz, which is really interesting. This is, I think, one of the shortest basket-to-basket distances in the whole game for a Clam Blitz map, if not the very shortest.
If you get wiped, whatever the state of the game is, if you get wiped, the other team gets a push. They have the time to collect the clams and break the basket, because the map is so short. You are under the basket all the time. It is, and which makes it not in stop action, which is great for us as viewers, because we get to see more and more fights. These teams are not going to stop. Now it's going to be a matter of, can you push? Can you take control of the opponent basket without losing your players? Because the team that's able to do that not only gets a lot of clams in, but do not get a push put onto them right after that.
Yeah, absolutely. So preventing that wipe is going to be huge. Just not letting the other team get the wipeout. And I don't think we have really seen so many wipeouts in this set so far. So both of these teams, it appears, have been doing a decent job of that, but we'll see if that continues here on Clam Blitz.
Yep, not much of a surprise on each side. Oh, I see that Tommy Echo is away from the pencil and back to the zap for more. I mean, this map has lots of short-range opportunities, lots of cover. You don't need a pencil as much as on others. That's going to allow Onabona to go even faster than they were earlier. Right now, they're already targeting that 52, trying to go after it. As Tommy Echo gets called out by the rest of the team, they had the time to put the cooler in, but Zoyo is already under the basket, preparing a super clam and cracking it open.
But take a look at Benji Fishy, who has switched to the Neo sloshing machine, and was able to use it to get basically 3 picks, I believe, with some help from the teammates. However, using that machine is another valuable tool here with the power of the slosher class, able to fight at the angles that this map has. But Sally using that Trizuka to get a pick and to stop Zoyo Always in Our Hearts from continuing that push past 74 points.
Yep, Zoyo forced to move back. We are back to neutral. Zoyo didn't get that much off of that. They gave a pity clam to Onabona, but they're back with the huge advantage right there. 3 down onto Onabona, and Zoyo this time putting 2 super clams in, getting with more and more clams. It's not stopping, and with just 5 more clams needed, that's going to be a KO for Zoyo is Always in Our Hearts.
Yeah, it looks like Zoyo Always in Our Hearts did to Onabona what Onabona did in the previous set to Symphony, taking that after taking that loss, coming back with a dominant, quick knockout.
Yeah, I mean, we were hyping up the Carbon. We didn't see it. We didn't have the time to see it. Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. They won every fight. They pushed forward. They kept control. They got all the clams. And I mean, what else do you need to do? Onabona not finding an answer, not able to do much right there. I guess they can be pretty happy that now we're going to a much wider map where they will see Zoyo coming at least.
Yeah, absolutely. However, Scorch Gorge, while it is wider and while there is greater visibility, there's still those there's two paths around mid, and so it is still entirely possible to flank. And Zoyo always in our hearts, using those weapons like that 52 gal can really make a lot happen with a surprise flank.
Yeah. And these girls that Zoyo has had, both the 52 and the 96, have been key in maintaining that pressure, maintaining that fight. The 96 constantly bringing this Kraken, which, I mean, in Rainmaker, if you have a Kraken, the opponent no longer has a Rainmaker, pretty much. That's going to stop pushes, and that's going to force Onabona to either be incredibly proactive in their push to prevent the Kraken from happening, or from always having a backup plan, a way to re-push after getting splatted.
That's, yeah, exactly right. And so this is going to be interesting. I expect both teams are going to make it to that checkpoint, and it'll be a matter of which team can make it further. But I think it's going to be a fairly back and forth game, much more so than the previous game.
I mean, don't blink. That's on this map. Once the checkpoints are broken, don't blink. You can't blink. One team could get under that ramp. One team could get super close to a KO incredibly fast. And I can't tell which team it's going to be, because with pencils right there, we can have a lot of stalemate before this absolutely lightning pushes.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if it was the case before, and I only just noticed now, but I saw 3 mains of special charge up from Tommy Echo, and that is an early tacticooler coming out. So I think they're going to be really pushing for a whole lot of tacticoolers. And now there's also an early Crab Tank coming out from Punchy here, but it is down in a vulnerable position. Jasmine putting a lot of pressure on it and forcing Punchy to jump back out. With Zoyo always in our hearts, taking a lot of control in mid, using multiple specials here, 3 in fact. Benji Fishy getting that pick with the Kraken, getting another, and that's a wipeout here, and that is going to give a free shot at that checkpoint for Zoyo always in our hearts, and that is absolutely going to allow them to extend it. Only now are Onabona trying to set back up, but now that they have the pop again, even though Jasmine goes down, as well as another player, Benji Fishy, Punchy with that crab is able to defend, and it looked like Zoyo always in our hearts was going to be able to extend that push, but in fact, it's not what's happening. The Rainmaker, despite being popped, got reset, and now Onabona are back to fighting in mid.
Incredible comeback by Onabona. It looked like they were about to lose a lot more points, but all they lost is the checkpoint, and right now it's their turn to push 2 down onto Zoyo. They are going in, and they are already tied. Just 1 point behind that checkpoint. They're going to get the repop though, and this time they break through it. If they manage to get another repop, they get that lead, but it looks like with 2 players down, it's going to be pretty rough. They get the repop. They could.
Yeah, they get the pop. There. Punchy sharking there, trying to get a pick, able to take out Jasmine, looking for another on the gal who jumped down behind, but that gal is still there, still going for the fight. Sally finally gets the pick, but Benji Fishy picks up the Rainmaker while Onabona are distracted and brings it around to the side, dropping it down back into mid to prevent the lead from changing over here in that pit, pulling the entire team basically in that direction, or at least 3 of them, and now Onabona will have to do a lot of work to get the Rainmaker back up into a better position. They're popping it, but they're going to allow it to reset, maybe. No, Tommy Echo is picking it up, sacrificing that cooler output for a little bit here, but the players on Zoyo always in our hearts are looking to try and swing around from both sides. Tommy Echo dropping the Rainmaker down into this pit, trying to fight that 1v1 against Jasmine, but Jasmine has all of that AoE damage, and Benji Fishy swinging in to help get that pick on the Rainmaker. And so unless Tommy Echo dropped it off, I can't tell, because the Rainmaker did just reset there.
Yep, it did reset. It's now in the hands of Zoyo. who are going in with 2 down, with 3 down. That is huge. Nikki is going to get an alleyway into spawn right there. We are past the 30 points mark. This is where every point is huge. 19 is incredible for Zoyo, always in our heart. And I mean, right now with a minute and a half left, Zoyo always in our hearts as a very, very good option onto grand finals.
Oh yeah, they are looking good. Of course, it is absolutely far from over. Anything can happen in the last minute plus overtime if Unabona are able to trigger it. But it looks like they are trying to let the Rainmaker reset at this point, and they do manage to prevent any kind of sneaky play to move it even further. They have some space on their plat, but Zoya Always in Our Hearts are set up all around mid, ready to prevent any kind of push at the moment, as Unabona use that Trizuka but aren't able to get any picks with it. Sally does drop down and get one though, looking for another, jumping over across mid, over to top mid, looking for another pick on that gal who dropped down, manages to get it. Tommy Echo picked up the Rainmaker, Punchy body blocking for them as Nikki's pencil tries to get the pick. And Tommy Echo still managing to survive, walking on those grates. Punchy is back up with that crab tank, getting a pick onto Benji Fishy, having to drop back to fight against Jasmine here. Jasmine does manage to take out Punchy and is going with the Inkjet for another pick, but does get taken down as the players on Unabona go in. But the Rainmaker does go down to another play from that 52 gal, swinging in from underneath. And with 3 down on Unabona, this could be it for Zoyo.
What a team fight right there. Punchy only getting a trade off of this is going to be so rough. Unabona needs to pop the Rainmaker, but they don't have enough. Here comes the Kraken. That's the end of the game. That's the end of this set. Zoyo, always in our hearts, is going to go back to grand finals to fight Megaphone.
Yeah. We will see Grand Finals as a rematch of Winners Finals. Unabona did their best, came up just a little bit short. They did manage to win one game this time, better than they did in the first set against Zoya Always in Our Hearts in Winners Bracket. But now we will be going to Grand Finals shortly, so stay tuned.
So step into my way, stand out. It's a trap, one more step, and you're dead. Why just a bit a second ago? With blue skies, but now lightning's like your last resort. It's not an accident that no one hears you cries as your last dream seems to desert. You never see it coming. You see that my mind is the best for eyes. You're done but the time it teach you, you're not surprised. I'm coming for you. My game's always the best of mine. You're spanning, but that you didn't catch it in time. Better think about your game. Are you sure your next move's the right one for you? Are you sure you won't get outmaneuvered again, my friend? You never see it coming. You see that my mind is the best for eyes. You're done but the time it teach you, you're not surprised. I'm coming for you. My game's always so best of mine. You're spanning, but that you didn't catch it in time.
And welcome back to Paddling Pool 285. I am Pat here with Squidoku, and it is time. It is the time to crown a new Paddling Pool champion. Grand Finals is upon us, and it's a rematch of Winners Finals. These two teams, Squidoku, they went to a Game 5 when we were in Winners. These two teams were so close, so evenly matched with each other. There's so much to say, but there is so much to see. They're so good, and I mean, last time it was incredibly even down to the last game. And the last game of this set will be Rainmaker again because of the rules of this tournament. That means it's going to be Humpback Pump Truck again.
Yeah. Humpback Rainmaker, if it goes to a Game 5, we will see once again Humpback Rainmaker be the tiebreaker game. But first, we will start on Undertow Spillway Rainmaker, and we'll see how these two teams play it out. They've seen each other before in this tournament. They have an idea of what the others are going to bring. But now, as we get to this grand finals set, we are going to start in Jasmine onto that order shot replica, the vanilla shot, and Megaphone Telephone bringing back that Stamper and that Zinc Mini Slatling.
Yeah, as well as the Tetris. More dive options for Megaphones right there. Both teams already into a fight. New Snipe is going to get a trade against the shot right there. Very nice opening as Zoyo is going to lose an extra player, and with a big bubbler from Tapu Lele, that's going to be a lot more control for Megaphone. They're going to grab the Rainmaker now. They need a path in, and there's already a very nice path for them onto the left, but I hear a Kraken. The Kraken is coming, and that's going to be the end of the push.
Oh, able to camp that. I think that was the recall or the jump, and Benji Fishy just picking up the Rainmaker and instantly going for the checkpoint, able to get through it immediately, catching Megaphone Telephone off guard maybe, but now with 2 down on both teams, this could give Megaphone Telephone a chance to defend, as the Rainmaker is in that spot, much easier to defend than on the other side. U-Snipe getting into that fight with that 52 gal and trying to hold off the rest of the team, diving onto them, not able to do so, but with Jasmine getting 2 picks here, and bringing out that Trizuka, not getting a 3rd pick, just grazing the player they were aiming at. And now Megaphone Telephone having the numbers advantage here. Tapu Lele has a bubble ready to go and is going to be looking to get in, putting up that bubble, but gets taken out by Nikki before the bubble can go up.
Yeah, Megaphone right now, everything they've been doing. They've done good things, but every time it's been shut down. Unfortunately, before they could get much, as I say that, U-Snipe getting the splat on the Rainmaker thanks to that huge Zipcaster. They push Zoyo away. Now they need to get a push for themselves. They need to get to the checkpoint.
Yeah, U-Snipe getting that impressive double with the Zipcaster, but then going down to the Killer Whale. The Rainmaker has been once again picked up by Zoyo in our hearts. Zoyo always in our hearts, and they almost managed to increase their lead, going around the left side, the more typical direction to take a push further. But now U-Snipe helping out to get that pick. It looks like Megaphone have control mostly of the area around that Rainmaker, and will be hoping to let it reset as it has been popped. And Zoyo always in our hearts are backing up a little bit. U-Snipe getting in, getting two, looking for a third pick on Nikki, but the Zipcaster recall happens before that can be done. And so Nikki manages to stay alive and manages to hold onto that space, but there's that 52 gal starking underneath that side, getting another pick there and preventing U-Snipe or anyone on Megaphone from getting in just yet.
Once again, Megaphone getting good splats, getting good plays, but not able to get the Rainmaker forward. Zoyo, on the other hand, gets to 35 without much trouble. They finally called, they finally stopped. But Megaphone is struggling right now. And the Kraken grabbing for a few more points, just adding insult to injury, it feels.
Yeah, Megaphone Telephone have a lot of work to do. They've only managed to score a total of 4 points in this game. They have not gotten the Rainmaker past 96 remaining. Zoyo always in our hearts have really had total control over just about this whole game so far, and they're looking to hold onto it with that 52 gal. Setting up, putting up that wall, helping to pop the Rainmaker, grabbing that tactical and getting right back into the fight. Jasmine going for a pick on that pencil onto Furalise, but not able to get it with the Zuka. Benji Fishy moving in and trying to get a play, and now Nikki picking up the Rainmaker, and Zoyo always in our hearts are going to try and keep scoring. U-Snipe dives in with that Zipcaster, but isn't able to get anything done with it. Gets taken out with Nikki just getting into a safe spot very easily, and that is a total wipeout on Megaphone Telephone. Zoyo always in our hearts, diving the Rainmaker in, trying to get it to the goal, and doesn't quite make it, but gets it down to 1 point remaining.
1 point. Megaphone technically alive right now, but in shambles. The 52 is going to be called out. At least Megaphone stays in this game, but with 30 seconds left. And they have to wait for the reset. Now they need a push to a KO. They don't even have the first checkpoint.
Yeah, it'll be a long way to go for them, especially just with 20 seconds left to go. Fortunately, if they do manage to get the checkpoint, that'll buy them a little bit more time. It'll reset the countdown on the Rainmaker at least, but it is a long way to go, and Zoyo always in our hearts will be putting constant pressure on them nonetheless.
Yep.
U-Snipe getting shut down again, getting taken out, but now with the numbers advantage. Oh, the flank! I think it was the flank that got them.
It was always a flank that got them. There was constantly a flank. Megaphone they were not ready right there. Zoyo always in our hearts learned what Megaphone was doing in winners finals. Megaphone waited, were happy to have won their best of 5, and they were not able to win the fights. They were not able to move forward. I mean, Zoyo absolutely coming in with a bang to start this grand finals.
Yeah, that was a total shutdown from Zoyo and O's hearts, holding Megaphone Telephone to only 4 points scored while scoring 99 points themselves. They came back from the 2 losses they took on Rainmaker in the previous set in winners finals. So Zoyo in our hearts went from losing both the Rainmaker games to winning the first one in a dominant fashion, and now they are going to be moving on to tower control on Mako Mart, where they've played this set before, I believe. Yeah, they won this set this map mode in the previous set in winners finals.
Oh yeah, that was theirs. That has to feel pretty good, especially after that game one. Right now, Zoyo has the momentum. They need to keep going on it. They need to keep pressing it. Megaphone are not used to being attacked. They are not used to be. They used to be the ones in the driver's seat, and right now, if they're not able to revert that momentum, put themselves in a situation where they're the ones going forward, where they're the ones pushing and getting the splats, this could spell doom in that first grand finals. I'm saying first grand finals because, I mean, Megaphone, they only need one grand final. Zoyo needs to win twice in order to be your champions.
Yeah, they need the bracket reset. Zoyo always in our hearts, and they are one step closer to achieving that. Megaphone Telephone coming in with the custom range blaster here from Usnipe, and switching also Tapu Lele onto that Neo Splash. I believe this is the comp that they used in the previous game between these two teams on this map mode, and so they'll be looking to make amends for their loss from before.
I guess so. Right now, Usnipe trying to get the splat with the huge range blaster. It's going to be a direct onto Jasmine. That means no crab tank for Zoyo. Zoyo right now have to move back as Megaphone is already going to the first checkpoint with a lot down. Jasmine activating the crab is going to get completely shredded right there, but the Kraken stopped the tower before it could get the checkpoint.
Yeah. Even though the crab did get shredded, it focused a lot of attention, and that allowed Benji Fishy to go in with that Kraken and get something done. Usnipe trying to take a counter Kraken to Benji Fishy, but Benji Fishy staying alive there and helping to take out Usnipe. Usnipe is not having a lot of luck in this set, is getting very shut down so far in both of these first two games. But even though they were the first team to score and the only team to score so far, Megaphone Telephone are still on relatively shaky footing here. However, as soon as I say that, they do get that 3-player numbers advantage, as well as those strikes coming out from Tapu Lele. There is that motion over on the side, coming from the right side. Benji Fishy bringing out that Kraken. It's not soon enough to stop the tower from taking the checkpoint, but it is soon enough to stall that momentum a little bit at this point.
It stalled things, except Megaphone. They had a Tacticula. Meanwhile, Zoyo's pencil was splatted right now. The momentum is all going for Megaphone. What are they going to do with it? The 52 is going to be shut down. Ellis is right there with the Tetris, has to drop away, but here comes the strike as Megaphone are holding their numbers advantage and getting to checkpoint number 2 right now, looking to get more and more and more.
Yeah, but they lost the tower here. They didn't have anyone standing on, and even as there wasn't a lot of direct pressure on it, they could have scored a few more points. But now, with the flight coming out from the 52 gal, that's a 2 and an assist, and that is a huge swing in momentum as Megaphone Telephone goes 3 down there, almost 4 down, but they are coming back fast here.
They're coming fast, they're getting the splats as well. Jasmine activating that crab tank. That crab tank needs to pay off. Right now it's not going to find the splat, and it's going to be chased away by Megaphone Splash. Both teams still fighting for mid right now. We're past the halfway point, and Zoyo has still to score a single point, Jordan.
Yeah, they haven't scored a single point yet, but now they are finally taking the tower, and they were just waiting for the right time, and the right time came with a wipeout onto Megaphone Telephone. So Zoyo in our hearts have taken the tower. They've easily made it past checkpoint 1. They have specials ready to go with the Crab and Kraken and Cooler all coming out. But now, with 2 players going down, the tower gets stopped at the 56 mark, and that is not going to be enough for them. Megaphone Telephone taking it back, getting multiple picks there, and preventing that push from continuing. Zoyo always in our hearts, having to get those jumps back in. They are going to be stalled out a little bit, and they are also losing the battle in specials ready to go. With Megaphone Telephone, they have the strikes going. They tried to use the Kraken Kraken, but it gets canceled, it looks like. But the Reef Slider also coming out doesn't appear to get any splats, but at least holds some space for Megaphone Telephone. And Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, they might not have a lot of time. If they're waiting for another wipeout to start their next push, they're going to have to get it soon.
Yeah, right now Megaphone still has a lead, but with 3 players down, it looks like Zoyo is going to get another push. This time there is no checkpoints in their way. They're in the same checkpoints as Megaphone. If they're able to make it, they get a huge lead in this last minute of the game. Crab Tank and Tacticular are deployed. They are getting on there. They're just a few points behind. This is a repeat of what we saw in winners finals right there. The strikes are not enough to solve things. Zoyo again getting the comeback on this map, getting a smaller lead. This is exactly what happened in winners.
Yeah, it's a repeat of what we saw before, and Megaphone Telephone losing the lead late. They'll need to turn it around here. They don't want to go 2 down in this set. They are going to be looking for something much more comfortable than that. They're coming from the winner's side. Even though the set was close, there's something to be said for having that winner's side privilege. But now, with those tri-strikes coming out, Benji Fishy does manage to be the one on the tower at one point, and it isn't quite enough. So that means Zoyo Always in Our Hearts win this game and go up 2-0 in this set.
I mean, Megaphone, they need something loud to wake them up. I wonder what you could use to do that.
I don't know. Maybe Gianluigi Buffon.
Oh, maybe that could be useful, I guess. Because now, if they lose this next game, the bracket is reset, and they need to win this game if they want to avoid the momentum. Zoyo Always in Our Hearts right now has all the momentum. They have all the energy. They have everything. Everything is for them right now. Megaphone needs to step up and remind us how they got to grand finals through the winner's side, because right now what they're doing, it's not working, Squidoku.
Yeah, it's not working at all, Pat. But they'll have to remember what they did that allowed them to win 3 games their first time around facing Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. They made it here through the winner's side. They haven't dropped a set yet in this tournament, and they are on the brink of losing their first time, losing their first loss of this tournament. Mm-hmm. So they'll have to, if they want to prevent that, if they want a clean sweep through the bracket, I mean, not the most clean, as they are losing games here and there, but if they want to take this set without having to risk a bracket reset, they're going to have to start winning here in zones on Mako Mart.
On Robo Ramen.
Yes, that is what I meant. I meant to say Robo Ramen.
Yeah, Robo Ramen. We are getting rid of all this ledge. We're getting a much more open zone, which, I mean, I don't know how these teams have doing, but right now the ledges have not been good for Megaphone. Zoyo was constantly using flank after flank after flank. It was really profiting them. Now we're going on maps where you can see your opponent coming in a bit more easily. We'll see if Megaphone can use that to their advantage, and U-Snipe is bringing that min decavitator to have this bubbler onto the zones. We know how powerful these bubblers can be once U-Snipe is on the zone with them.
Yeah, and the last zones game, I believe Zoyo Always in Our Hearts did get the early lead, but then Megaphone Telephone turned it into a 100-0 all the way. And this time, Megaphone Telephone are able to get that quick capture of the zone, getting through the defenses of Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, forcing Nikki back here. And even though there were 12 points scored by Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, Megaphone Telephone were able to take the zone quickly after that. They have that sprinkler set up, putting paint on the zone from above. But now Benji Fishy out here with that Kraken, trying to dive in and trying to get those picks, going through the zone, looking for one. The Kraken runs out, and they still stay alive for only a little bit longer. There's another Tacticular coming out from Megaphone Telephone, but Jasmine on the Crab Tank, trying to stall any momentum here, but not able to put paint on the zone to neutralize it. Only now does it get neutralized, and still Megaphone Telephone, they have the numbers, they're fighting, they're holding onto the zone, even though the Tetras go down. They still have control here, and Zoyo Always in Our Hearts will need a lot more. They'll need a much more coordinated push here with that Crab Tank coming out from Jasmine, but the bubble is going to secure a lot of space from being painted, and now only 10 ticks left. Megaphone Telephone, they just want to end this right away. There's that Reef Slider, but it isn't enough. It gets taken out by Benji Fishy. Benji Fishy diving in. U-Snipe already on the zone, but there we go. Zoyo Always in Her Hearts managed to take the zone here and managed to put a pretty big penalty onto Megaphone Telephone.
Yeah, the strikes come to get the zone back for Megaphone, but these strikes, if they come 5 seconds earlier, Megaphone wins the game. They get the zone back, they win the game. Right now, Zoyo are still in there and activating the Kraken, getting into more fights as everybody from Megaphone needs to dodge away, needs to go away, chew down onto Megaphone. That's going to be finally control for Zoyo. As the strikes come in, they're not enough. Zoyo keeps control over the zone, and oh well, another bubbler.
Yep, there's another bubbler coming from U-Snipe. They don't take the zone, they only neutralize it. And so now the points as Zoyo take the zone are continuing to tick down. There's U-Snipe diving down onto that 52 gal, trying to win the fight here and getting into that fight, but the 52 gal from Zoyo Always in Our Hearts does manage to win that, and now the tide might be turning a little bit as the control stays in the favor of Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. Megaphone Telephone are going to need a strong push to do this. They have the strikes ready to go, as well as that Tacticooler bonus. U-Snipe getting that pick in the air. The Reef Slider coming out, helping to neutralize the zone. Benji Fishy's Kraken is a little bit too late for that, and does get the pick on U-Snipe, but only that. However, coming out of it, using that main weapon of the 96 gal to get another pick, this time onto that Neo Splash-O-Matic, I believe that is the Tapu Lele on the side of Megaphone Telephone. And now with the zone neutralized, both teams having plenty of penalty points to go through. Megaphone Telephone have the zone once again. A minute and a half left in this game, and it could go the whole distance here on flat zones.
Yep, it's not stopping. The Reef Slider is going to find one, but it gets punished for it. Chew down onto Megaphone. The Kraken is deployed, but Kraken is going to allow the rest of the team to come in and paint. It's not over. Zoyo are chipping away at their penalty as U-Snipe is on the chase, able to get one, looking to get more, and the zone is going to flip again. This zone has been going back and forth so much. The bubbler is deployed, but so is the Crab Tank. That's going to shred that bubbler incredibly fast. The zone stays yellow, Sweetoku.
Yeah, the zone is yellow, and it is in favor of Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, but the specials coming out here mean that it doesn't stay in control. However, Zoyo Always in Our Hearts do manage to take it, but Tapu Lele diving in and allowing the team to sweep in from behind, dropping down, getting help with that pick onto Benji Fishy here. 30 seconds left as Megaphone Telephone have control of the zone again. The specials are starting to come out. There's that Tacticooler, there's that Killer Whale, there's the 52 gal dropping down from underneath, but getting stuck in that Tri-Strike, having to jump out of that position. Benji Fishy once again using that Kraken to dive in as always, as before, but it is not going to enough. The Kraken runs out before getting a pick. However, Zoyo Always in Our Hearts managed to take control of the zone right at the end of the regular time. They managed to trigger overtime here. They have that Crab Tank coming out. Megaphone Telephone, though, they have the 3 players still up. They're going to want to get in and get that zone, but the specials coming out from Zoyo in Our Hearts are stalling them. They need to set up Megaphone Telephone. There's not a whole lot of time left. U-Snipe putting up that bubble to go down on the side of Zoyo and Always in Our Hearts. There's the Tri-Strikes that changes control, and Megaphone Telephone are on the board.
And even after the strikes, it was not needed, but the Reef Slider was on the zone as well, absolutely securing it. Megaphone, they have a point on the board now. They can say that they know what to do, that they know how to fight. It has to feel good. It has to feel like, okay, they're not getting completely wiped in this grand finals. Knowing that they beat Zoyo earlier, that's not that surprising. And we're going to another wide map, another open map, this time on Crab Leg Capital.
Yeah, and this actually is another rematch from the first set between these two teams. And crucially, this was one of the 2 games that Zoyo Always in Our Hearts won. At this point, Megaphone Telephone were bringing in that double bubble composition, and I don't think that they're going to stick with it this time. I maybe they will, but they might bring back that Neo Splash or something, or maybe the Zinkbini Splatling and a Splatana Stamper. However, with U-Snipe getting shut down with all of those casters from earlier in the set, they might not stick with it.
Yeah, I feel like the double bubbler comp was the problem was not the 2 bubblers themselves. It was the fact that the 2 bubbler weapons, they constantly wanted to go forward and activate bubbler as far forward as they could. Meanwhile, the Tetras, of course, they're trying to do Tetras things, going forward as fast as they could. And nobody was picking up clams. Nobody was really maintaining some control of the map to pick up clams. There was only the pencil trying to follow their teammates that were constantly going forward, and nobody was painting the ground, picking up the clams. Right now, Megaphone, they need not just a change of weapons, they need a change of strategy on this map mode, because what they did in Winners Finals was not working.
Yeah, that is right. They need to change it up here, and let's see what they are bringing. We see the same comp coming out from Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, and that is the double bubble out here from Megaphone Telephone. They are sticking with their strategy, but like you said, they'll need a strategy that works.
They need clams, and that's not going to be decided by the weapons. It's really on the players to take some time to pick up the clams. We see a super micro bubbler. I love the mini bubbler under the grates on this map. And right now, Megaphone, they're doing what they need to do. They're taking control over the map, and everybody on the team has at least a few clams.
Yeah, but 2 going down on the side of Megaphone Telephone. This is an early advantage change here with Zoyo Always in Our Hearts coming in and putting more paint down in mid. Benji Fishy using that Kraken to dive in once again, putting Furalise out of position, but Furalise manages to jump out and get back. U-Snipe going for the pick as that Power Clam holder jumps out. That is one of the players on Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. I didn't see exactly who, but Benji Fishy here looking to get another Kraken. Jasmine is the one who's holding that Power Clam and has that Crab Tank, is not able to get a pick, and in fact gets taken out by Ellis as soon as the Crab Tank ends. And Ellis getting Benji Fishy as well, has that Reflighter ready to go, diving in and gets Nikki as well, clearing out of space, but no clams. Megaphone Telephone don't have the clams to push in with that.
They're constantly pushing without clams. Guys, you need to pick up the clams, please, if you want to stay alive in this set. I mean, at least blue paint is being put down as Megaphone is holding their ground pretty strong right now. I'm losing my words, but 3 down! 3 players down. Now it's on Zoyo to go forward, and Zoyo, they're picking up the clams. Zoyo have all the clams at the ready and a Crab Tank to defend that pass. Okay, never mind.
Wow, was that an Autobomb thrown onto the Crab Tank that got it? Amazing.
Yes, I think so.
Amazing. And now that does put a quick stop to that push from Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. But they are already diving back in. That's Benji Fishy with that Kraken, able to survive and get away, except they don't survive very long with Megaphone Telephone following up. Ellis going over the top, picking up a few clams on the way. They do have a Power Clam ready to go, held by Furalise, but Ellis is getting up into a fight over there, does get taken out without much support, and now that 52 gal from Zoyo Always in Our Hearts is still standing over there on that top side, but now holding onto 2 Power Clams, one of them as well as a teammate go down, and forcing that pencil to jump back out. Yep. And so Megaphone Telephone are able to take the positions in mid. Neither team has scored here more than halfway into the game.
Yep, and right now, both teams have a Super Clams. Both teams are incredibly dangerous. And with a Crab Tank activated by Zoyo, this could be a push for them, but no, they lose 2 players in the process. They don't have clams anymore. And this time, it's on Megaphones to push. Ellis is activating the Reef Slider in the wrong way. They're gonna get punished by the 52. Megaphone not able to push again. We're still at 0-0.
Yeah. Ellis must have seen that 52 gal and tried to take them out, but the gal had the angle to hide from the Reef Slider and was cleanly able to take it out. And so now that brings this game back into neutral here. But now that 52 gal up again, but goes down to the wall bang with that suction bomb.
It's not stopping. It's never stopping. Squidoku right now. Both teams are still fighting. We're entering the last minute and nobody has any point. We could see the longest of a time ever right now. Both teams activating in. The Kraken is getting there, but he's not able to get the jumps yet. Oh, wait.
Oh,
But
Benji
yes,
Fishy
the
is there.
Benji is
They have a
there.
jump.
Yes, that's all you need. Score points. Yes.
And
Points.
over 4 minutes in, the points have started to be scored.
Yeah, but it's only 20 points. Megaphone, they know what they need to match now. They know what they need to do. Usnipe activating the big bubbler pretty close to that basket. Right there, a Reef Slider would be enough to allow Megaphone in. They're just waiting for the opportunity, waiting for their specials. Here comes the Crab Tank. The Crab Tank not able to counter. But yes, able to get 2 and 2 down. Oh, wait! No!
What? I don't know who they jumped to, but they missed the throw, and it wasn't enough.
Oh.
They would have needed more than that, but now they're in an even worse spot. Ellis goes down, Usnipe goes down, and now it's overtime, and the push is already onto Megaphone's plat. So Megaphone needs to get all the way across the map here, but there's that trade coming out from the gal, and Zoyo and our hearts are defending as hard as they can. There's that
Here
Reef
comes
Slider
the
going
Reef
in.
Slider.
Is there time to score? They do manage to get that one clam in, and they actually do it! They actually take the lead in overtime!
What is that game?
Oh, that was the crab leg clam blitz of all time.
I guess double big bubbler Reef Slider for the win.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure if I actually saw. Okay, I think that bubble right at the end might have been the first bubble I saw from Tapu Lele all game.
And there was so much struggle in this game. Both teams. I felt so much pain for both of these teams for this gameplay. But they brought it upon
wow.
themselves. They brought it upon each other. Simple pain of waiting for... I mean... for the smallest pushes you could get.
What an endurance match that was. That was a defensive slugfest.
I am tired just by watching this.
Hey, but we still have the tiebreaker once again on Humpback Pump Track. We've seen this before. It was won by Megaphone Telephone in the last set in winners finals. But we saw Zoyo Always in Our Hearts win Rainmaker earlier in this set, very convincingly too.
Yeah, also, I mean, when Humpback Rainmaker was incredibly close between these two teams. It was incredibly tense. The lead switched in the last minutes, in the last 30 seconds of the game. Like, don't blink, be ready for anything, because these two teams have brought us so much of the game. Zoyo, who were up 2-0, still trying to get that bracket reset, and now Megaphone, who we thought were dead, are now looking to seal the deal to be your battling pool champions. Who it's going to be, well, we're about to know. We have 5 minutes left for this one set, for this tiebreaker. Let's see what teams bring.
Let's see. That looks like something similar from both teams here. Usnipe back on to that Splatana Stamper here whereas Zoyo Always in Our Hearts still sticking with what they're comfortable with. Both teams diving in. There is that pop going to Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. No one going down to the pop though. Megaphone Telephone staying in a safe spot. An early bubble and an early whale from each team respectively. And the coolers coming out as well. Both teams are going to be ready to fight. Rotating around, trying to get behind each other. Benji Fishy out there on the side trying to get that pick on Ellis. But Ellis is staying alive and staying in the fight there. The Rainmaker does get first picked up by Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, by Nikki in particular, who's looking to move over and get in there, but does get taken out, interrupted. Benji Fishy using that Kraken to try and break it, or even just to dive in further to get around and do damage from behind. But the Rainmaker is only just now getting popped. U-Snipe there to defend it, but not able to survive all on their own. They have to back up as Zoyo Always in Our Hearts gets that Rainmaker into the checkpoint and also has cleared so much space in front of it that they have a really good shot over here of continuing their push.
Yeah, Zoyo got a huge flank, but oh wait, never mind! It's over! They had a crazy flank. They painted the whole street their color. It's not enough. Megaphone able to come back in the nick of time, get the wipeout. Okay, we still got a game. I felt like this was over, but Megaphone just were warming up and they're back in it, already getting the checkpoint. Game! What are they doing? It's not stopping! And Megaphone getting in there, getting to 18 Squiddoku. Now, I mean, we get more and more and more. The Rainmaker is going to be popped by Zoyo this time, but Megaphone able to simply get so much off of this.
They saw that opportunity and they took it with all 8 hands. And they managed to take the lead. Megaphone Telephone, they will want to hold onto this lead. There's still plenty of time left in the set, over 2 minutes. It's not even halfway over in terms of the timer. But now, Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, they are setting up. They know it's not over for themselves yet. They have 2 specials coming out, that Crab Pick and that Killer Whale. They've picked up the Rainmaker and they've brought it all the way around. They're going for it. Nikki picking it up, the Rainmaker. It is exposed though. Benji Fishy bringing out that Kraken, and Nikki does go down. The Rainmaker gets stopped at the 32 remaining mark. Ellis out here in front trying to help stop that pop. But also, as that team is 2 down, Megaphone Telephone are desperate to stop the Rainmaker here. Zoyo Always in Our Hearts picks it up again. Only scores 1 more point here, but now there's that Toxic Mist and Auto Bomb. Lots of pressure, lots of pressure stopping Zoyo in Our Hearts from picking up the Rainmaker, and now it does get picked up by Alice, who drops it down and brings it back to mid. However, 2 down on the side of Megaphone Telephone mean that Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, they can pick it up. Jasmine popping it, almost goes to grab it, but lets Nikki take it instead. The pressure being sustained by Benji Fishy and the 52 gal on the side of Zoyo Always in Our Hearts. U-Snipe using that Zipcaster to get behind and get the pick, interrupting the push, and it is still a risky situation here for Megaphone Telephone. This could get lost easily. There's that bubble coming out, but the Killer Whale and Kraken going right into it. They are trying to get picks out here, but that Rainmaker is just sitting there waiting to be picked up. No one, okay, they finally do pick it up. Nikki takes it, and now Nikki wants to go in, walking through that Toxic Mist, managing to get through, managing to score more points. There is that pressure coming out. Lots of picks going down. Nikki goes down as well, and there's less than a minute now, but the Rainmaker is still consistently on that side of the map.
And the lead is hanging on by a thread right now, but Megaphone are holding themselves alive, denying that pop. Still in the fight. Ellis dodging right there, but they didn't manage to drop it. They didn't drop it. They were caught in the Increl, and that's going to be the lead for Zoyo, and the KO Zoyo gets the bracket reset.
Oh, unbelievable. It took so much pressure, so much time, so much determination to take that lead there, but once they did, they brought it all the way directly to a knockout, and they said, we are getting the bracket reset. We are going to a real final grand finals here. A new best of 5 between these two set teams who have gone 1-1 against each other. Both teams have only lost one set, and both teams have only lost to each other.
And I mean, it all started when Megaphone had the lead and decided to go fight for mid, as Zoyo simply took the Rainmaker and got into the street for free. And then Megaphone rotated back in time to defend, but from then on, it was fight after fight after fight, and Megaphone was constantly scrambling to keep the Rainmaker from getting the lead, to delay, but you can't delay for 2 minutes. You have to get a push, but Megaphone was scrambling to maintain that defense. They were not able to push Zoyo away. Zoyo waited for that opportunity. For so long, they were in that street, fighting, not stopping, respawning as fast as they could. The Rainmaker was dropped away once. It didn't faze them. They got the Rainmaker back in there right away. Incredible comeback by Zoyo, taking full control of the pace of the game to make sure that they get the reset, but they are still in here. And now, Squidoku, we are back to 0-0. These two teams are even. These two teams are tied. And it's all going to be decided by the next 5 games.
Not just that, they are tied 1-1 in sets. They are tied 5-5 in games. Both of the sets between these two teams have been 3-2. Both have been incredibly close. And even though it was looking like Zoyo Always in Our Hearts were heading for a potential sweep in the previous set, Megaphone Telephone, Gianluigi Buffon did manage to bring it at least to a game 5 here. And so we will see these teams going on to Crableg Clamblitz for the 3rd time.
Yep. I mean, these teams have learned from each other. Anything could happen. Starting with Crableg has to be a painful memory for both of these teams. Both had a painful loss on it, I feel. We'll see how it goes. We'll see if the same double Big Bubbler comes back on the side of Megaphone. This could change a lot of things. And honestly, I have no clue what these streams will bring, because I mean, that last game, I feel like both of these teams want to shake things up. Both of these teams have to want a different strategy after what happened.
Maybe. I feel like we might see that, or we might just see the teams continuing to bring the same
Yes.
weapon compositions. They are. Oh, okay, that is a slosher. Yeah, we saw no bubbles. Okay, okay, this is a 0 bubble comp coming out from Megaphone Telephone. They are really going for something different here, actually.
Yep. Yeah, and I feel like Megaphone will have more control over the map when they don't have the bubbler. They won't have these big bubblers to really take that big control, but they will have more fighting power in the meantime. As I say, that Zoyo is fighting to get right under the basket already. They are collecting a few clams, getting ready. 32 is still fighting to the side right now. Both teams are getting the trades. But there's a bubbler at the ready for Zoyo, and here comes the Kraken to take a lot of ground, and that could be a jump in. Oh,
no, it looks like they dropped the power clam though. There must have been a pick onto the player who was holding it, and the power clam has been broken now. So even though the Kraken did clear out that space, it didn't really help because they didn't have the power clam to jump into it. So that means Megaphone Telephone do have control over a lot of mid, but there's still that 52 gal in there from behind, trying to get that pick and able to get that pick on the slosher onto Tapulele, who has gone down now, and the 3 other teammates on Megaphone Telephone are trying to hold onto mid themselves. Jasmine up top bringing out that crab tank and trying to get something done with it, but U-Snipe already there, able to get that clean pick from behind with the Splatana Stamper, and now almost a power clam ready with that 52 gal who puts up the wall, manages to get a splat onto Ellis, brings out that killer whale, and is looking There's another going down on that team, and now they are, so always in our hearts, they have so much pressure ready to go. They have the power clam at the ready. They have these picks coming out. Benji Fishy getting one more, going for U-Snipe as well, and now Zoyo always in our hearts does manage to break that barrier, getting that first score in well before the time that they did in the previous time they were on this game.
Yep, we get the push. That push is 20 points. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that the push is only 20 points given how these teams like to play on here. But hey, that's how it goes right now. Megaphone are back in control of their side of the map. They're the ones who need to get the clams now. They're the ones who need to assemble a push, as I say that there's two down onto Zoyo as Tapu Lele is getting in there with the bucket, getting a few more splats. This could be the opportunity for Megaphone.
Yeah, but they went 2 down themselves, and the pressure from Zoyo always in our hearts is so strong that if you only have the 2 players up, the only way that you can really push is straight up the ramp, and having those 4 defensive players, those 4 players all focused on that makes that completely impossible. So Megaphone Telephone, they really have to wait here for the rest of the team to be up. U-Snipe using that Zipcaster maybe a little bit early, without a clear target there, and does get taken out for it as a consequence. Tapu Lele manages to bring out those tri-strikes and doesn't actually take out the player who just jumped out though. Benji Fishy trying to stay alive over here, trying to scramble and win that fight, getting into that fight with U-Snipe, but I think that's Jasmine from up above putting that pressure down. Jasmine dropped down but then jumps out, and now there's 3 down on the side of Zoyo always in our hearts. They're U-Snipe gets that 4th pick. They're still respawning though, and Megaphone Telephone will want to bring that power clam in. Furalease holding onto it, trying to do something about that Kraken who is up on those grades.
Whoa.
But now with the tri-strikes coming out, Furalease tries to go in but gets taken out.
Yeah, it's not working. Megaphone being so close, but getting wiped out. 1 minute left, and these 20 points that Zoyo put in, right now they're enough. Right now they are enough. We know that Megaphone can hope for a last second comeback. They've done that before, but they need to get the clams now. U-Snipe getting in there, getting 1 splat, looking to get another, and with 2 down onto Zoyo right there. This could be the push finally for Megaphone. All they need is to get the clams ready. They have a ball on to the Tetris. The Tetris are in, and they open the basket. 1 more clam and they get the lead with 30 seconds left. This is huge for Megaphone, who are now at 65 and counting.
Finally, they managed to get that score. U-Snipe was getting into that fight over in the pit with the 52 gal. They pinged this way to try and get some help, perhaps, but they managed to win that fight on their own as the rest of their team was able to go in and score. And now, less than 30 seconds left. We saw an overtime comeback last time. He was from Megaphone Telephone, but Zoyo always in our hearts surely might be able to do the same thing. Megaphone Telephone, they need to watch out here. There's 2 power claims being held by Zoyo always in our hearts. That would be enough for them to take the lead if they can score both. They scored 1 of them, and they did manage to turn it around.
Well, the good news is we can't go back to this map mode ever again.
Oh wow, three games on here, at least 2 overtime comebacks.
Yeah.
I don't even remember what how the first one went at this point, but
Zoyo won the first one because Megaphone didn't collect any clam during the whole game.
right, yeah, that was yes. Was that no score at all for Megaphone, or just
Yes,
barely? Okay.
So they had a score. They had like 40 points into the basket. Despite they held the basket for a full minute, but they only scored 40 points.
Yeah.
That was the first one. Then on the second one, that was absolute madness of teams like getting a final comeback push thanks to the Reef Slider, and then that.
Yeah.
Is how we seal the deal. Honestly, probably the best game of Clamblitz Scrambling we've had tonight.
Yeah, I mean, we've gotten plenty to choose from here, but these teams are really putting it together. And even as the night goes on, so many sets going all the way to Game 5. We'll see if this one is similar with moving to Game 2. Rainmaker on Museum, and once again, this is another repeat from the winners finals.
Yep, and that was also a pretty close one, if I remember correctly. Like both teams were able to get past the checkpoint and to get pretty deep.
Yeah, but it was also very close. I believe it was only decided by like a 2-point margin in the end.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. I mean, it was down to a few points in
Yeah, so
yeah, that was so long ago.
yeah, it's and with so many other sets in between.
I've aged a million years ever since, but now it's time for the game. We are now in Rainmaker Museum. Let's see what these teams are bringing. I hope the Splatana Stamper comes back, because these Zipcasters, they can end the Rainmaker so fast. Oh, it's the Rapid Deco that's coming back as well.
Yeah, Jasmine going back onto that Rapid Deco with the Torpedoes and Inkjet. Will be interesting to see how that works out for them. So always in our hearts, they're up 1-0 in this set, and they're going to be looking to continue it. Megaphone Telephone get that early pick, or that early pop of the Rainmaker. It only paints the top of the spinner, so it isn't a huge deal really, but they are also putting down more paint themselves into mid, using those tri-strikes even more, but U-Snipe does go down, and that means that there's the numbers advantage for Zoya Always in Our Hearts until they go 2 down, 3 down themselves, and all of a sudden Nikki's the only one left alive, trying to get a pick, managing to get one, get U-Snipe that is, but Furolise is still holding the Rainmaker, trying to stay alive, a little bit cautious here, careful not to go in and dive in and get taken out, but there's Benji Fishy with that Kraken, not actually really doing anything there, but setting themselves up into a position where they can attack and put up that splash wall for defense, and now the Rainmaker does get taken out, as well as U-Snipe once again, but now Zoya Always in Our Hearts are picking up the Rainmaker and are going to try to start their own first push. Maybe this time they will be able to get that checkpoint, and in fact they did.
Yep. They do get the checkpoint, and Jasmine getting a double with the jetpack. That's going to be more points for Zoya, jumping in with a Squidward. We are now already at 20, and the Kraken is running at that shield. Okay, able almost to get a repop, and a grab, more points. 9 is huge for Zoya. With an option on victory right now, Nikki kinda alone is going to have to jump away as the rest of Zoya is respawning. Megaphone now! They know what they need to do. They need to get in, and they have 3 minutes to get a comeback.
Yeah, I just can't believe, like, just seeing those squid rolls to get that Rainmaker a little bit further. Thinking back to Splatoon 2, I can't believe we played a game without squid rolls. It's like it's such a huge part of the game now. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah.
But now, Megaphone Telephone, they've finally made it and broken that first checkpoint.
Yeah, every small optimization depends on these rolls so much. As I said, that Jasmine getting in with the jetpack, able to stop Megaphone a little bit, but Megaphone is still on that platform, looking to get back in there. They're going to get the Rainmaker reset, that's going to force their pencil to go back to grab it, but they still have their front lines in there. Ellis with the T-Tech is still fighting, and well, he's no longer fighting. But
yeah, that's a notable change there. Ellis getting off of those Dark Tetra Dualies and onto the Tenatech Splatter Shot.
Yeah, having like the extra bomb for Rainmaker, I feel is a very, very good pick. Now, both teams are losing a few players. Megaphone are still in control of mid, as Zoyo is holding the platform, making sure that nobody can get in there. They know that as long as they hold that platform strong, they are winning this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But now those tri-strikes are coming out. That's taking some space on the plat, and U-Snipe going in with Ellis to take that space, bringing the Rainmaker in from mid, directly jumping over there, but it does get taken out quickly. Benji Fishy going for a pick there, not able to find one, does one little love tap onto the Rainmaker shield, but that isn't enough to stop it. There's more tri-strikes coming out. They have 2 tri-strike players here with that T-Tech and that slosher, but Benji Fishy is able to grab the Rainmaker and drop it down there into a much more risky spot, a much more inconvenient spot for Megaphone Telephone as we are getting down to the final minute of this game, Pat.
Yeah, that is slowing down the game. Hold it. Which is perfect if you're Zoyo right now. They grab the Rainmaker even they still in control of it, and with 2 down on 2 Megaphones, Zoyo is looking to get this game. They are holding pretty strong. They know that all they need to do is defend for a minute. The strikes are coming. They're not finding the Rainmaker. The Stamper is to the side. Is going to get called. There will be no Zipcaster. 30 seconds left. And Zoyo is still holding Squidoku. They are not moving forward. They are waiting. They know all they need to do is defend.
Yeah, and they are not just that, they are keeping the Rainmaker on top of that screen. That is a cheesy spot to keep it. It's a spot that you can only get to by Squid surging from that little spot underneath, from that little wall. Again, talking about new mechanics, you don't often see Squid surges, but that is a very significant place to find them. However, with the Rainmaker getting popped there, that does trigger overtime, but they have to pick it up immediately, and they aren't able to do so.
A bit too late. You snipe with that Zipcaster, able to get so much, but just too late. Simply too late. Zoyo able to simply delay the game to stop Megaphone from getting that momentum, and now they're up 2 again.
Yeah. Last time around, this led to a near comeback from Megaphone Telephone, and if they want to do it again, is this going to be their 3rd game on Mako Tower?
I mean, it was good for them until now. They've been doing pretty good right there. We'll see if they're able to do that again. They have to feel pretty happy seeing that tower control coming back, because I mean they beat Megaphone twice on there already.
Yeah, and it looked the same. It looked the same both times. Pretty similar, at least. Megaphone Telephone taking the lead for a fair amount of the game, but then Zoyo Always in Our Hearts making that late comeback. It happened twice, and they could easily do it a 3rd time if Megaphone Telephone don't figure out how to stop it. They'll have to keep their defenses up all the way here, or even go for a knockout themselves. But Megaphone Telephone, Gianluigi Buffon, are going to have to figure something out if they want to take all 3 of the next 3 games and become Paddling Pool champions.
Yep, it's going to be a rough one for Megaphone. They lost on the long maps. Now they have to go on that cramped ledges map where there's constantly a flank, and Zoyo, they love their flanks. They love to get behind, they love to get to the side with a splash wall to get one more fight. It's going to be very much an uphill battle for Megaphone. They have to do it. They've shown how good they can be. They've shown that they're able to get a comeback. We'll see if they're able to do it this far into the tournament. We are pretty far in there. This is game 13 between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it is. These teams have been going at it, and they will continue to go at it here on Tower Control on Mako Mart. Both teams setting up in mid as they do. Jasmine taking that space over on that stack. But now Jasmine actually is carrying that slosher, switching on to the weapon that Megaphone Telephone brought out in that previous game. Alice here back onto the Tetra Dualies, and also U-Snipe back onto that Mint Decavitator. There's that Killer Whale coming out from Zoyo Always in Our Hearts, and that means that Megaphone Telephone, despite having those first points, it's only 9 of them, and they are stopped at 91 remaining, Pat.
Yeah. Last 2 times we were on this map mode with these teams, U-Snipe was playing the Range Blaster. Now they're on the mid. That's going to change the dynamic of the game a whole lot. As I say that, both teams are simply waiting around the tower, waiting to get the numbers advantage, enough of an advantage to go forward, to get things going. Both teams are simply still in that fight. It's not stopping. It's been going on for more than a minute now. And nobody's really on top.
Yeah, neither team has really scored more than 10 points at all. U-Snipe going for some of those picks. They're trying to move around, looking for players in range, but not finding any. And now those specials are coming out. There's those tri-strikes. U-Snipe using that bubble, giving it space, but no, Benji Fishy just gets right into it, gets that pick with the Kraken, and is looking for another on Tapu Lele, manages to get it, and now with those picks, looking for a third. Ellis using that Reef Slider to survive, help from U-Snipe, also gets another pick onto a player on Zoyo, always in our hearts, and now with that slight numbers advantage here, Megaphone Telephone might want to go in, but no, there's still that flank approach from that 52 gal, and manages to get a trade, and there's still players going down on both sides. Zoyo always in our hearts, finally able to get some more points of their own, still only managing to get it to 91. Still neither team scored 10 points, and even though they tied the score, it's not allowed. Finally they take the lead. Finally they get it past the 90-point remaining mark, and finally, after more than 2 minutes, either team has gotten to checkpoint 1.
Yeah, but we're halfway through the game and the checkpoint is not broken yet. But 96 able to stay on it despite the strikes. That's going to be... Oh! A cancel on the Kraken because of a suction. That ends completely Zoyo in their track. Right there. Megaphone are back on top of the tower. They need a push of their own now. We're past the halfway point of the game. They need a push and they're already at the checkpoint themselves.
Yeah, it looked kind of silly seeing those tri-strikes going on and then Benji Fishy just diving off and back on in time with the tri-strikes just to get through that checkpoint. But now, Megaphone Telephone, they've made it to the checkpoint themselves and they are going to need a little bit more in order to get through it. They haven't managed to do so yet. They are losing in terms of numbers here. There's that 52 gal looking for a pick onto Furalise, who is backed up out of position, has that tactical or buff if they need to jump out, but now with 2 down on the side of Zoyo, always in our hearts, they might want to back up, but no, still fighting in there with that 52 gal, able to get a trade, but U-Snipe coming in, swimming way forward, using that decavitator, going for a pick. It doesn't help though, it doesn't work out, and Jasmine is going onto that stack and going to try to get a pick there. Has that tactical or buff themselves, and now Zoyo, always in our hearts, get the numbers advantage that they're looking for, and they take the tower once again.
Yep, Zoyo are looking to extend their lead. 1 minute left. 1 more minute to push, and Zoyo could be your paddling pool champion. They're not stopping right there. They're getting to that second checkpoint. Megaphone finally able to stop the tower to push it away. But, I mean, Zoyo already respawned. Zoyo already back into the fight for mid. Megaphone needs to win another team fight, and they need to win it big. They already lost 2 players.
Yeah, Megaphone trying to get something done. U-Snipe putting down bubbles in places that aren't helping the tower, just helping them fight in mid. U-Snipe jumping out with those tri-strikes coming in. They really need to move the tower now. It is now or never. It is last ditch effort time. It is the last 30 seconds.
We are in there. Megaphone, they are playing their tournament live right now. They are on the tower. That's what they need, but the Kraken is ready. Squidokuba Kraken is ready and already waiting for overtime to happen. Checkpoint 1 is broken. The strikes and the Kraken are happening. Zoyo, always in our hearts, is going to be your paddling pool champions. Whew.
There it is. After 2 long, drawn-out, grueling 5-game 3-2 sets between these 2 teams in winners finals and grand finals, Zoyo, always in her hearts, manages to hold on for that bracket reset and keep that momentum going to take a 3-0 win over Megaphone Telephone Gianluigi Buffon.
Yep. And what a 3-0. So much momentum for Zoyo right there. Megaphone struggling to get back into this set, to get back into this last game. Not really able. Zoyo constantly getting better and better throughout this set, throughout these sets, and really showing us what they can do. That has been a blast to cast with you, Squidoku.
Likewise, Pat.
And I guess now it's time for us to say goodbye.
Yeah. so it is.
Mhm.
I'll go ahead first. I am Squidoku. If you want to look for me online, you can find me at Squidoku_ on X/Twitter, whatever you want to call it. And you can also find me on Blue Sky now, where I am just at Squidoku.
Yep. And I am Pat. You can find me on Twitch and Twitter at Badge or Tom. It's written on your screen. If you remove the underscores, you can find me on Blue Sky as well. And I'd like to give a special shout out to our wonderful observer, Brownie. Brownie, where can I find you on the internet?
People can find me on
If you
my
wanna talk.
yeah,
Oh,
sure,
Brownie's,
sure.
muted, so I guess you can find Brownie at Bruffney.
Hey,
BRUF.
no.
Yeah,
I'm here.
okay.
I'm here.
Here.
I was muted
Okay.
in Discord. Sorry. So people can find me on my Twitter at Brownie. You can find it in the chat or just searching in the search bar on X or Twitter. Call it if you want.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brownie, for your wonderful work. We'll see more Dapper production actions this week because there will be some Triton Cup on Friday and, of course, the incredible 20XX tournament will keep going on this Sunday afternoon. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for the raid and yeah, thank you. Bye.